Hello, welcome back to my live stream. And yes, today we're going to play some Nightreign. And yeah, I just found out that the next Everdark, it's like the AT version of the boss is the goat, the Libra. It's gonna be fun, I think. Oof. And yeah, welcome in, Baba. Let me play some Nightreign because I miss Nightreign. Oh shit, the flashlight. Right, here we go. Um, nice. Nightreign. Ooh. I forgot to check what is the last time I played Nightreign. I think it's last week. Oh my. Nightreign time. I want to fight the Dark Drift Knight, the horse, the nuke. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Nightreign is fun, but I'm on lurk because I don't want spoiler. I haven't played a lot. Oh, okay, sure. Thank you for the lurk, Wawa. And I hope you enjoy your day, the rest of the day. Bam, 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 bam. And I hope you enjoy Nightreign as well when you play the game. Because I did. And I love it. Good game, good game. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, here we go. Are we gonna... Ooh, so they put 2 weeks for Dark Drift Night. Oh, okay. But I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the pass. No, not the pass. Should I do the pass? Ooh, wait, why am I so lagging? Hang on. Am I lagging for some reason? Wait, hang on, let me check something. 100% usage. What happened? What is my Nightreign using 100% and it's lagging? What the hell? Huh? Let me check. What did I do? Leave mouse open. Eh? It feels so lagging. I don't know why. HDR. I don't think I was using VSync. Okay. I don't know why it feels laggy. My stream may or may not with DC. Oh no. So I'm just gonna try. It feels so laggy. I don't know why. Should be fine, I suppose. The hell? Is my stream even okay? Oh, I think so. I think my stream is okay. But I just don't know why it feels lagging suddenly. And now it's fine. Ooh. Bitrate is okay. It's just now my hard disk was so... It's going 100% for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe the game was running something on the background. Damn. There we go. What the hell? Are we supposed to detect the flash first or something? Where's the small camp? Why are we going there? We have no runes, no? What is that? Is that an NPC? Or am I drunk? We have no runes, no? Why are they going to the NPC? Is there for a reason? Wait, what are they trying to do? Well, I have no idea. I have no idea what they're trying to do. We were level 1. And they are trying to... Huh? Um... Okay, maybe I'm new or something. Because they are trying to fight the city on day 1? Level 1? Am I tripping? What is they? They're selling anything? No? Splitting stone 1. Oh. Wait, they're killing everything already. What the hell? Oh shit, I'm dying. Wait, they are going already? Oh shit. I am so cooked. I am so cooked. I have no idea. Ow, 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 ow. The enemy fell. Nani? Eh? Are they going this way? I actually don't know where they go, by the way. I think they are going this way. Oh shit. Oh no. Not like this. I'm lost. Yeah, I'm lost. Actually, I don't know where they go. HP restoration. Eh? Ow, 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 ow. Hmm? How did they go up there? Oh wait, they are here. Holy shit. Damn. Improve gap breaking. I don't know how they kill out shit. I don't know how they killed all of the enemies in a sudden. I'm so bad at the game. Ủa? What? They want doing city? And I'm doing nothing but just following them. Help. Eh? Oh, they hit me. Ooh, right. Q skill reduce FP. I should have level up for them. What the hell is the bubble? Oh shit. No, wrong target. I don't know what is this. There are so many horse guy. Oh, is the music too loud? The game volume too loud? Hang on, let me check. A little bit. I am gonna... Okay. How again? Improve charging speed of ultimate gauge. Alrighty. Ouch. No. Ow, blood loss. Out of the way. Ow. Damn, they got some good weapon skill and everything. What the hell? Improved range attack. Oh, I should level up, but never mind. Ooh, they got frost skill. Ooh. Okay. Happy restoration. Is there a boss? Or something? No? I don't see a boss. And then we are going... Oh wait, golden hippo. I need to level up. Ooh, okay. Give me a second. I'll improve holy damage. So many runes. 30% rune in this run. We never see a blue sky like that. What the hell? Nope. But this one. Perfumer. We gotta kill the bow guy first. Improve madness, taking damage, push damage negation. Where they're going? I am gonna use the jump pad. Because I dropped down. What? Magic pot. Smithing stone. Stone key. What else? What else? Improve attack. Improve maximum stamina. Ooh. Do we take this? Where are we going? That way. Do we have jump pad? Nope. So we're going this way. We're fighting this. Oh, he missed. Oh, he flinched and then missed. Oh. I need stamina recovery. Yeah. Stagger, stagger. Wait, level 9 before the day. Wait, hang on a minute. Level 9 before day 1 boss is kinda speed run, no? Damn. My team is carrying me. Nope, don't block me. Successful attack negate damage. Ooh. Oh, it's too late. Oh, the church. Is it too late? Oh, it's right in front of us. What is that? Improve holy damage negation. Improve charge in negation. Ooh, that one is for the Revenant. Oh no, Revenant. Oh no, he died. He should have. Oh no. They are so far away. No, they are so far away. Oh, this is bad. Oh, they should have wait until we finish the day 1 boss first. Oh, he's gonna take a lot of damage. Ow. Oof, what the? I thought I'm never dying. Ow. Okay. Doggo. No. Alright, the melee is doing more damage than my bow. Oh shit. Ow. Oh. Whoa. Stop punching me. Yeah. Ouch. Okay. Yeah. Oh no, it's the guy. It's the big worm face. I want to mark him first. Let me mark you. Out of the way, out of the way, out. Let me mark you. No. My stamina recovery. Never mind, it died. Successful parry, improved casting counter, improved dodging. Ooh, this guy, I really know how, like, the way they are playing. Holy, hang on. Where's the boss? I don't see the boss. Is it this one? Oh, that one. Oh no. No, he was blocking. Oh shit. The first boss of the normal base game, the Elden Ring base game. How is it not death yet? Alright. They are killing... They're trying to kill this thing. I do no damage. Oh. Oh, ow. Is he gonna shoot me again? Nope. Oh. Oh, you okay, tanky? I need stamina recovery. Oh. I need stamina recovery. Ow. Ooh, what? They almost killed me. Oh no. Oh, he used ulti. Ow. Oh no. HP restoration, improve magic attack power. I take this. They don't want it. Improve magic power though. 12%. I know it's not much, but you know. Disembark. Nice. Do we have any... golden arrow? I got it, I got it, I got it. I got it, I got it. My bad, my bad. Okay, one down. I missed the mark. Sidestep. Ow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, he missed the lightning. Ouch. Never mind. Oh shit. 100k runes. Where are we going? But we already took the flask. Alright. We're going there then. What? We go. And level 12. Improve range weapon. Improve fire damage negation. Nah. Out. Nope. Nope. One ulti. Wait for you. Nope, don't go. Attack inflict blood loss. HP restoration maybe. Ah, yeah. Where we going? We're going back to the Nostera city. You were. So I'm gonna throw away this one and then this one later. I guess either they want to do this one or they want to go to straight to the boss. Oh, it's the sickle. Right. They want to do the boss. Can I do this one first? Nah. Where's the sickle? I don't have ultimate. If I have ultimate, I'm gonna kill it first. Oh shit. Yeah. What? Which boss are we fighting? Roletta? Oh, the dragon. Should be easy. Ow, cái này không man. Damn. Where's my mark? Shit, the fire. God. Shoot him. Nice. Improve attack at full power continuous. Restore HP. So smithing stone. We have 1, 2, 3. Isn't I have 6? Yeah. Yep, I'm pretty sure I got carried this round for sure. Because I did not do anything. At the day one, they instantly go to the the city and then finish almost half of the elite. It's crazy. Uh-oh. Are we gonna kill it? Ow. It's like that. Attack improve. Are we gonna kill the The alien boss, maybe. Level 14 already. I guess so. Damn, this guy got literally burst. What? Where's the item? There's no item. Nani? Hellas troll? We're gonna kill this twin. He dodged his normal attack. Ah. Break his stance. Nice. Add magic. Wow, we reached level 15 before day 2 boss. There is some crazy speed run. Out. What the hell is the damage? You guys see this? What? It's already half HP. Bro, uh-oh. I actually did not do anything in this hunt. In this run. I got carry. The Revenant got the lightning skill. Zapping. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Gonna run now. Oh no. Legendary. Oh no. Gotta go now. Power of Fire Dragon Poison. Oof. Jumping, jumping. I'm just gonna mark him if they want to fight. I don't think they are gonna fight this one. Gonna run now. Are they trying? Nope. Ooh, what a speed run. Level 15, and then we have 143k before the day 2 boss. And then we also got the revive and I don't know. Crazy. But my weapon skill is not that good. No, they're trying to buy the stuff. We can buy it on the shop later, right? What do we have? Befitting, improve holy damage, improve guard breaking. Power of Flying Dragon. Sweep the flames of small dragon over the white front fall. I don't know if he wants that, but I'm just gonna drop it. Ba 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 ba. Nobody wants it. I'm gonna take it then. Alright, getting set. Oh, are we fighting the... Are we fighting the Crucible Knight? Or maybe the Commander? Nah, it's definitely not Commander. Maybe it's... Hmm. Oh, it's the Dragon King Soldier. Okay. He got chopped. He haven't do anything yet, and he's already almost half HP. Damn. Yeah, mark him. Okay. Oh, he was targeting me. Damn, my teammate do like crazy damage. Our teammate... Restoration. Ooh. Ooh, 100k. What in the run is this? I'm gonna... Yo. It's... the... Yo, this is... Nah, this is way too crazy. I'm just gonna buy this one. I'm just gonna buy this one for my teammate as well. Can I buy anything? Nope. What else? What is physical damage? This one is... Yep. Nothing. Wow, this run is kinda go crazy fast. Oh, I should have... I think the boss will die in like 3 minutes. Because we got the lightning. Oh. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh my. I cannot see. Ow, ow. Yeah, I hate this face so much. Oh, it's the sand attack. Oh, nice counter. I like his phase 3. Oh, yeah. The timing. Oh. Oh man. Is he gonna charge now? Oh my, oh, they hit me. Where's he going? Whoa, he was behind me. What? Alright. Wait, they still hit me? Bruh. I almost died. I hate that attack. I hate it. I hate this phase. Oh my god, his phase 2 is not that hard. This phase is so annoying. Oh. So I have to dodge 1 second early before. Uh-oh. I'm your LD now. Because this guy won't stop. They still hit me. Ow, ow. Oh my god. Why is he targeting me? Oh my god, I have no... What the... Oh yeah, I hate this face so much. Uh oh. Is it targeting me? Oh. Ow, 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 ow. Wait, how did he get hit? Bro. Uh-oh. Finally, this face. Oh my god. Oh no. Ow, 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 ow. No, don't target me. Wait, targeting me. Uh-oh. Yep. Is he waiting for this face? Oh, he's gonna charge again. Oh no, my. Oh no, Elano. Is he gonna do the explosion? Yep. Don't walk in there. Oh, nice dodge. I know he was dying. Whoa. Oh. Ah, I was in here. Okay. Bro, he delayed so much. Oh, okay, this one. No, the double lightsaber. Oh, oh. No, oh, the block. I have no flash. I have no flash anymore. GG. Uh-oh. Just gonna throw this down. This. Who is he targeting? Targeting me? Oh, he's targeting the Dark Star. Yeah. If you're using Executor, you can parry his nuke. Imagine. Oh no, not the lightsaber again. Right? Oh no, oh no, 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 no. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, what, oh, no. Thank you. Uh-oh. Oh no, I have nothing else. He's gonna do the nuke again. Where's he targeting? No, he's here. Oh, they still hit the tank. Oh, not the yo, this. Bruh. Oh no, the lightsaber. Oh my, the range. Ay, ay, ay. I hate this. Ignore me, ignore me. Just zap him. He missed the lightning. Just kidding, just kill him. Wait, actually, what is Elano waiting? Okay, okay. Zap him, zap him. Very nice. Uh-oh. I don't think this is a good idea. Oh no. Oh my god, I used ulti and I missed everything. Bro, this arrow. I can see this arrow, but it's so quick. Oh no, like the lightsaber again. Alright. Is it targeting? Is it still targeting me? Eh? Yeah, this arrow is so quick. Oh, not today. No, not the sand attack. Oh. Okay, he died. Oh my god. The sand attack. Hey, nah. But this run though. This run is super, I would say, super quick. Man. Day one, like day one doing, I mean, day one doing cities a risk, because if you die and then not finishing the objective, it's gonna ruin the run, no? Twin blade. Oh, but me mine, oh my, very nice. Shit, I'm gonna go. I play the pass. Hang on. So I'm gonna do this, and then this. Okay. If I playing pass, I need fire weapon. Add poison to activation. What about this one? Oh, this one is fire. Dark Drift Knight. Should I fight the pass? Interesting. If I fight the pass and then I need to bring fire weapon. I mean, sure. I don't know if I enjoy fighting this monster more than Dark Drift Knight. Hang on, let me check my... Am I using Fireball? Oh shit, am I using Fireball? Oh no, I think so. Please tell me I'm using Fireball. No. Oh no, I just realized we don't have a tank. Oh no, somebody's gonna getting target. Beep, 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 beep. Eh. Am I using fire? Luckily, I bring the correct builds. So day 2 castle, day 1. Nobody marking? I'm pretty sure they are gonna do rise. But I'm not sure if they are gonna do with damage negation when charging attack. Attack out when wielding dual. Wait, they are not picking up? Okay. They're gonna do rise. Something. Maybe we go north then. We go here and then here. And then we go circle. Should be fine. But But they need to do the rice. They have no rice here. Only 1 and 2. Jeez. Bad run for them. I thought normally it will be like 3 at least. But it looks like it's not. Here we go. Out. Nope. Yep. Yep. Oh. Oh. Close. You put damage negation at low HP. Not a good one, but sure. Oh no, they're so bad, the rune and everything. Yeah. The run. We need fire. They have no fire objective alone. They will only have ice, sleep, and then also frost and sleep. 3 sleep in this run. Okay. Kinda interesting. Wait, hang on. Oh, they do. We do this. Yep. Is it a stone cat? Please don't tell me it's a stone cat, because it's gonna take very long time to kill. Yep, it's a stone cat. GG. Can we skip it? Can we skip this stone cat thingy? Unless my teammate got some. Oh wait. Oh, magic attack is good for this monster, is it? I don't know. Maybe. Oh no. Ow. What a bad run. Funny stone cat. Whoa, the missile. Oh. Nice fire. HP restoration improve critical strike. Alright. Hey. The knight is growing stronger. Oh. Yeah, this one is bad for my magician team. Because they have no magician item spawning. I'm doing floss. Oh, it's the Zamo guy. No. What? No. I see one guy. Gonna have to kill 3 guys. Oh yeah. No, not today. Stay. And I think the 2 of the other guy is. Oh, this one is the. Ow. Where's the other guy? Am I lost? What the hell? Ow. Not the spin. Where's the last guy? Oh, there you go. It's like finding them is like finding a maze because they are so separate. I know they have a fixed place, but still, it's way harder to find them. They are splitting. Improve lightning attack damage. Improve incarnation. I would give them then. Maybe we do this one. Oh, we don't have jump pad, is it? Is this the place that I hate the most? It is the place I hate the most, bro. Why they don't make a jump pad? Every time I'm gonna say it, but yep, it's just what it is. We have to go to here just to get. Oh, ever go. Okay. Why they don't put down the freaking one more jump pad here? Come on, game. I hate this area so much. This corner especially. Are they coming? Day 2 castle. Yaddy. Is my team coming? What the hell? Is they getting stuck or something? Huh? Where are they? Oh my god. Is this yeah, the Revenant in? Eh? No skill. What is this weapon? The Guardian's Grieve. What the hell? Bro? Okay. Oh, I miss. Ouch. Nice fire. Yeah. Stagger him. Oh my god, Revenant is picking a great sword. I mean the curved sword. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna do this one. We have nothing much to do in this area. We don't have a rice or anything. It's just sad. Please don't tell me this one is another stone catalyst. Hiya. Don't we have another? Don't we have a better ING? Alright. I don't want to fight Stone Cat over and over. Especially the little guy. The doggo. I'm using ulti. Here we go. Oh, wait, no, the stagger. Ah, yeah, I missed. My stamina. Improve jump attack, improve guard breaking. What is this skill for me? 1, 2, right. Level 7, and we go. We go here. I think we can go there. It's just a snowman. But I don't have ulti. I think the area is on this side. So yeah, we have nothing to do anymore. The bad ING game. But we can do rice day 2. Yeah. Oh, it's here, the circle. Not too bad actually. Level, maybe level 7 day 1 before boss. Is it good? Not too bad, but can be better. And I don't get any good items yet. Nope, not the bubble. Here we go. Add holy to weapon. Successful guarding up. Improve damage negation. Guarding up. I don't have a shield. Do you have anything to fight here? Anything? Like any mini boss? Please? Should be right. I believe so. Did this? Nope. Wait, there is no mini boss here? It's so empty. What the hell? It's so empty, but no mini boss. Boss? Nope. Hey, look at this. It's so empty. Isn't there supposed to be a mini boss or something? We're just gonna kill the minion then. Getting extra rune, you know, because nothing here. Nothing. Empty. But we're trying to get some items and things. Gotta hope the castle give us better items. Because I don't know what if they don't give us. We're gonna do poo-poo damage. Not good damage. Okay. They are fighting something. Alright. So... Oh wait, this one is not a boss area yet. This area. Yeah, this is so empty. Oh shit. Yeah, it's so empty. I thought there's supposed to be a maybe a one mini boss right here. But nope. Oh shit, it's the Banished Knight. That means we are fighting the commander. I think it's the... Please don't be the Ice Commander. I think it's the Scarlet Rod Commander. And I do no damage. Even the ultimate. Yep, I'm doing no damage, GG. Do I have anything that have good damage? Where's the commander? Yep. Commander. Ow. It was targeting me. It was targeting me. There's a flame. How is that not stagger? Ow. Damn, he delayed so much. Nope, no summon for you. The bell, oh my god. Summoning the bell. Critical hit, restore HP. Okay. I don't know about this one. Inflict bird loss at low HP. Who's HP? Critical HP restoration 10%. Who's HP? Oh, Stone Key. We're doing on castle. They want immediately. I mean, phase 1. Alright, gambling time. What is the boss? Oh, Royal Revenant. Not too bad, not too bad. Ah, yeah. Ow, the poison. Oh no. Help him. Ow, 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 ow. Whoa, he can jump. Whoa. Stagger him. No. Oh, he's fighting Sebastian. Oh, the blood loss. Actually, ah, yeah. No, the stagger. I'm just gonna use my crow attack. Nice. Defeating enemy. Ayah. Oh, I have a feeling we have to kill the trolls. Is they gonna throw the pot to us? No, we're gonna dodge everything now. Improve non-physical attack, improve roll and breathe attack. More runes for defeated enemies. HP restoration upon attack. Reduce FP cost. FP restoration upon attack. I think this one is for them. Yep, it's the pot guy. GG. I'm gonna kill one by one. I'm gonna kill this and hope that guy doesn't throw anything to us yet. Is he gonna throw? Am I doing good damage? No, he's throwing at me. Well, at least I'm safe here, right? Supposedly. Is he gonna throw at me? Oh, watch out. Ow, 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 ow. Ultimate time. Oh, sit down. Another troll. Ooh. He's gonna do it again. Improve bright resistance. Nah. Pull up your sword. Stop throwing. Stop throwing the pots at us. What the hell? Who threw the thingy? That guy? Yeah, hit your team. Oh no, don't die. Improve attack when two handling. Improve jam attack, improve physical attack power. Where are we going? Ow, they still hit me. Bruh, the troll. Ayah. Oh, actually, let me see what is it selling. Oh, we don't have any stone key. Successful attack negate damage. Sure. Holy attack. Fire at wait, hang on. Fire attack follow charge attack. Not too good. Wait, why are we fighting? We're going rune first. Oh. No, he died. I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh yeah. Cannot see. Yippee. Okay, nice blood. Nice blood. Nice bleed. Yikes. Improve sorcery. Not too good. Sleep produce miss or speed. Reduce FP cost. Improve damage and load. Wow. Oh. But let me level up first. Are they trying to do the top of the castle thingy? Oh no. What is that? Oh my god, it's the madness. We're gonna get madness. Ooh, look at that. Everybody look at this and get madness. Get a burn. Stop him. Ah. Where's the thing? Nothing? Oh shit. What? I'm still getting madness? We have to kill everybody, is it? Okay. Is it stop? Grand frenzy has been disputed. Dissipated. Improve charge attack. Okay. Let me use this bow first. Oh, actually, they dropped something. Improve sorcery. Improve damage negation and low heavy. Taking damage boost damage negation. Okay. What about this one? Oh, stamina recovery speed, please. Wait, actually. It was right in front. Where are they? Okay. Improve fire attack power. Oh. My good. Yeah, might be good. Okay, okay. Very nice. Ow. Nice fire. Oh my. Improve guard counter, lower FP consumption. Alright, let's take the flask. Just in case. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a long fight. So we yep. Flask is important. Why we kill the beetle bug here first? Sneaky, sneaky. What? Where's the bug? Did they change? Did they nerf or something? What the hell? Okay, and then we go. We go here. Ooh. Bewitching. We're gonna kill the frost guide. No, not the Zamo guide again. Nah, not like this. No. Not the Zamo guy. Again? Again. Ooh, wait, actually my team is starting to do damage now. Actually it's good. Actually it's good. Where's the second guy? I believe the second guy is here. Oh my god, Copy. Hi, Copy. Hope you enjoy your day today. Yes, I did. Hope you enjoy your day as well. Oh my. I'm just playing some chilling Nightreign. Oh my god, the missile. W. I'm gonna play some maybe more rivals or maybe other games. Copy. I'm gonna do another radar run again. Defending group. Oh, stamina recovery. Say no more. Can we do this? We have time. Do we? Maybe. I'm going to play Pictionary with Dia and some others later today. Oh, in like 7 hours. Shit. I'm sleeping already. But yeah, enjoy the game. What is the game about? Is it something like um like doing puzzle or something? No, the flame sleep pod. Make this boss go sleepy. Projectile drop off. Ooh. My fire is okay. Taking damage boosts damage negation. Ooh, actually. Yeah. Actually. Oh no. Oh no. Ow. Oh, maybe I should replace this one instead. No, I'm so far away. Fire. I have no more flash. GG. Ouch. I need help. Wee. Improve jump attack. Temporary boost holy attack. Improve attack power at low HP defeating enemy. No. Ah. Damn, he's blocking everybody. Alright, he's so tanky. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna fight the horse guy 3-horse guy. Yep. I knew it. No, I was... Oh, nice block. I'm baiting him away. Trying to shoot me? Nope. Nope. Yeah, keep spamming. Yeah, keep spamming. No. Oh, my. I was greedy. Yep, keep spamming. Oh no, not the Sebastian. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Dodge. What you gonna do? Oh, my. Oh, my. I didn't expect. Ow. Ow. No, I just heal. I hate you. The hell. Okay. I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, sit down. Yeah. Target me, target me. Don't target my teammate. Let my teammate spam the spell on you. Yeah. I said target me. GG. Right, time to find the boss. Increase FP. Aya. Not like this. Boing, boing. Wait, hang on. Let me give it a shout out. And then here we go. This one, and then this one, and then this one. Okay, okay. Nice, we're good. Are we good? What, huh? Quick step? No. Okay, I have money. Red belt. Oh, I have stone key. I forgot. What am I doing? Nah, I got stone key. What am I doing? I should have done. I'm stupid. Let me buy this for my teammates. No, I got stone key, but I forgot to use. Ah la 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 la. No, I got stone key, but I forgot to use. Hey, yeah. Bum 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 bum. Oh, GG. Now we gotta wait. Now we gotta wait. Oh, yeah. Wait, hang on. Hey. Wait, I forgot to skip. Anybody want to do buff? Nope. We're gonna fight the sentient pest. Not my favorite boss, but it's gonna charge around now. Oh, the roll actually. I forgot. Oh, it's charging. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Yep. Bro. Can you even... Oh, man. How do you even dodge the charging attack without worrying any problem? Oh, the poison, actually. Can I target the... Oh, yeah, I can target the morph. Nope. Nope. Oh shit, he was targeting me. Yep. Is he gonna do the... Oh no, the miss. Uh-oh. Alright. Dodge. Oh, he's gonna do the charging attack again, is it? Oh my. There we go. Oh, I'm doing good damage. Maybe. Am I? Nope. Now is the time. Now is the time. Which are we killing? Who are we killing? Are we killing Morph? Yeah, maybe. I'm outing. I don't care. He's gonna pin me. Sit down. How is he not dash? Right, you better wait the scorpion. And why is the scorpion coming here? I missed. Uh oh. No, I missed my mark again. No. Yeah. No, I cannot see. Scorpion is blocking me. Oh, is he targeting me? It is targeting me. Okay. Ah, I missed the mark. My... Ow. Oh. Oh, he's gonna pin me. Oh shit. Okay, now he pinned me. He did twice again. No. Ah. Not like this. Uh-oh. Oh, is he gonna do a pin again? He's done. Ouch. No, the scorpion is targeting me. I'm trying to do... Oh shit. Let me heal. Ouch. His ultimate. I should have just run away and heal. Am I killing the scorpion now? But I want to kill this morph. Oh no. Oh no. The poison. Oh, it's gonna work. My stamina. Shit. Ayah. My stamina. I don't want to fight this scorpion. I do no damage to this scorpion. It's so tanky. Uh oh. Alright. Is he gonna do explosion? Yep. Oh my. Again. No, not the poison. Let me go, morph. Is it targeting me again? Hiya. Ow. I do no damage. His resist to arrow attack. Oh no. Oh my. They still hit me. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. I can't. Oh my god, Jinx, WW. Good luck with the reign of night. Thank you, Jinx. Oh, thank you, thank you. You know, I just stand out. Can this? Oh shit, he's targeting. Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm so dead again. Woo. I hate this scorpion. Can we target the? Can we target the morph instead, please? Because the AoE is so Oh no, he's targeting me. What? What? Ow. Target the morph. I'm not fighting the scorpion. I deal no damage to the scorpion. His resistance is too high, even though he's moved slow. But holy. Oh my. You gonna do pin? Bro, he pinned me like that. I don't know if they ever have the spell. Shit. He missed his spell. Oh no. Dodge. Dodge. Oh no, the poison. Oh no, 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 no. The scorpion is here. No, out of my way, scorpion. Bruh, don't push me. Oh no, can I stop him? No, he died. What the heck is that laser beam? What the heck is the laser beam? What? How did the laser beam? It's even happening. Bro, target one, target one. I don't know if my teammate is new, but target just the morph. Please. Oh shit. Bro, I'm trying to revive, man. Oh yeah, he got Audi. What a clutch. Target the morph. Yes. Nice Audi. But he's so tanky. No, another beam. Ooh, the poison is here as well. Oh no. I have no more. I need no more healing. Gotta dodge. Gotta dodge again. Where's the scorpion? He's coming for me. Oh, okay, I cannot see. Uh oh. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. The poison. The poison. The poison. Ow, ow, ow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm dead. The scorpion is targeting me. I try, guys. I try. I hate this boss. This one is literally no fun fighting it. Man. No fun. Nah. I have no fun fighting this boss. Hell no. GG. Should have just played the Dark Drift Knight. I can. Yaddy, yaddy, yaddy. I should have just played the Dark Drift Knight. Oh my god. Ugh. I do no damage. Bim, 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 bim. Oh no, no, no. And then we got bad items as well. Yikes. Yikes. I'm gonna try to fight the Dark Rift Knight again. No, where's my gaping jaw? I want my gaping jaw back. Can I? Can I have my gaping jaw back? Yikes. I hate fighting the bugs. Shadow Jinx. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Ooh. Quite good. Skipping, skipping. What is my B rate going up and down again? 7k. Nani? Right, here we go. Ooh. Blast. We go circle. but we don't know where to go first. I assume we go take this flash, do this, and then we go up, take all the circle thingy. Maybe. Okay. And then we took this one. Oh shit, no. I accidentally take that. My bad. Is the door open? This? No? What? The door is open. Hang on a minute. The door is open, that means we kill it. Ah, yeah. Oh my god, Ray, I just failed to kill the pest again. I have no fun fighting the Godzilla morph, Ray. I failed. The 3v3 is so unfair. Oh, stone key. Fire pot. Improve skill attack, improve magic attack power. I'm gonna take it and then I'm gonna drop it to my friends here. Level 2. Nah. Oh. What? Water is so fun? No. I actually find this horse is more fun, actually. I'm not kidding. It's like way better. Eh? What's the bow? And then just now, like my first run during the stream, I mean at the start of the stream, my team, you know what they did? They you know the city, right? The how do I say? The city, the it's the rotation, the city, the Noxtalon thingy, the city. They did it like it was day one, and then when we drop, they ping, and then we go in Noxtalon in day one, and then I thought they are there, maybe actually pinging for the NPC and something, but no, they actually kill some mini boss in there. I was like, huh? And then they are doing it like with like only 2 person because I was taking the flash first. I was like, nah, man, I'm not following you. Maybe you are tripping. But no, they're actually killing the mini boss really fast. Like holy shit! When I reached there, it's already finished. Like 3 or 4 already. They already killed it. I was like, huh? How did they did that? I did not do anything at the start of the 5 minutes and 10 minutes. My team literally carrying me. I was like, huh? We doing day one on the city on day one? Like literally level 1. We have nothing. We have no small camp or anything. They just rush into the boss. Like the mini boss. And then wait, hang on. No. Let me do this. And then they did it. And then I just following them. I was like, okay, interesting. And then we reached like, I don't know, 12 level. I mean, no, not 12 level. Level 10 or something on. Hey, where's the Eva go? We finding this? What do you mean? I got stone key. Oh my. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, I'm trolling. And yeah, they did it. Corsi is so aggro, no. Oh my god, Bao is start speaking. No, I'm just impressed by my teammate. My teammate literally carrying me. I'm not joking. Go kill them. Welcome you, Jake. Hi, Barcode. Oh my god, my cutie Barcode is here. How is my Barcode doing? Oh my god, I miss you, Barcode. How are you doing? Oh, are we dropping here? Bro, and then they carry me, like no joke. We reached like level 15, you know, before the day 2 boss, and then we have like extra, I don't know, 100 and something K. Ah shit, I accidentally opened the Evergo. Shit. No. My team carrying me. W team. W. Oh my god. Fair. No, I actually impressed by their decision. I was like thinking, maybe they accidentally playing the wrong way. There's no way. What the hell is the Banish Knight? Oh. And then I was like, hey, they actually did it without me. They two fighting like together, and then I did not know how they did it, but it's just so awesome. Because I just reached there, and then I almost got lost in the city. I was like, wait, how do you go? How do you jump out to there? I was like, I don't know. Am I dragging my team down? Huh? But luckily, I found the way to go to them. Yeah, bro. If not, I'm doing nothing with the team. I'm just running in the city, but doing nothing. Life is good. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. Chilling weekend, and then I was playing Nightreign because I miss Nightreign. Yeah, everything good. But it's good to see you here, Bakut. Oh my god. Oh shit, improved stance breaking. No. Oh no. Are we good? Are we good? Level 6. Nani? Yeah. Go take the flask. Go take the flask. Ooh, I'm getting burned. I'm getting burned. Ooh. I hate the city. Yeah, I almost got lost in the city. I was like, hey, how do you go there? How do you go up and down and everything? Oh shit. We're gonna jump this building. No way. Yeah. I hate it. Oh my god, it's a Libra. GG. He targeted me. No, we have no money. We're gonna get this debuff until the end of the run, until the end of the play. No, hey, actually, Ray, did you know that this month, this end of the month, we're gonna get the Everdark Libra, the goat. I think you know that, right? It's the your favorite, your favorite boss is coming to the next Everdark rotation. Ow, I'm getting burned. Oh no, calculate the wrong timing. Ooh, am I safe? Maybe. Oh nah, yeah, let's go there. And then take this one. Wait a minute, can we do the mini? Can we do the mini? We can go to the cave and then exit out and do everything. Ooh. Nice, Royal. Ooh, I have a bad feeling the castle is gonna be the banish, not the banish knight, the ball bearing knight. Oh nah. Gain 10k runes, Nightreign economy suffering in inflation or what? No. The like 10k. No, we got extra rune before the day 2 boss. It's kind of crazy. Like we have way too much rune. Why? Oh man, they 100% carry me. I'm doing nothing and they carry me. We gotta do the rune and then we exit down there. Yeah. We're gonna do the mine. Oh shit, wait, hang on a minute. We can kill this one as well. Woo! And how you doing, Bao Bao? I gotta play Lightning later, Ray. I can wait for you. I can invite you after this. I'm just chilling doing random runs with randoms. W randoms. Legit carrying me the way out. No, don't target me. Ooh. Projectile drop off, improved lightning attack. Ooh, actually it's kind of good. Where are we going? I'm gonna do the mine thingy. Are we? Wait, what? Wait, he's fighting something over there. Nani? What are we fighting over there? Ale. Should we go? Should we go help him? I think so. I think we should help him. He's fighting it alone? Oh, he's fighting Evergore. He did not ping. Okay, the gravity boss. Nice. Yeah, target him. Get 100k rune. I get 10k runes. Bam. Are we not doing the mine? I mean, we can exit here, no? You know what? I am taking it all. I'm doing it myself then. You guys go get the Libra. The goal is coming. Gonna get it. I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna exit this way and take the thingy. Out of my way, out of my way. Zoop, zoop, zoop. True, it used to be like 15k. I'll be saving my mental health, not being not be going against the god then. I'll join in 2 games. I just woke up. Alright, right, sure, sure. Take your time. Enjoy your breakfast as well. Oh no. Uh oh. Ow. Ow, 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 almost died there. Holy shit. Okay, what the hell? Ooh, we gotta go now. Wait, they actually finished the rune. The other way. Did we get rid of the rune yet? Oh, okay, now we got. Enhanced attack power depend on the rune in possession. Yes. Can we give them runes to like end the run? You know, just farm the rune and then not using any. And then when we reach the boss fight, we just give them the rune. It's not like FP. Taking it then. Ah, yeah. Oh no, I'm too late. Oh, I'm too far away. Magma worm. Oh, hell no. So, rune. Should we do this one? What are we fighting? Are they fighting something? It's a small cam. Why are we fighting small cam? Eh? What is this? Oh, W. What is this? Is it the... Wait, lightning? Is it perfumer or something? Oh, it's the Zamo guy. No, it's the Farum Azura. Ow, 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 ow. I'm getting jumped. I'm getting jumped. Nope. Nope. No, my team is not coming for me. You can kill this one though. Even though it's 2 guys. Ow. 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 Hey, he stopped. Oh, never mind. My team is here. Rancho pot, sleep pot. Improve fire attack power. Nope. Improve lightning attack power. Oh, hell yeah. I'm gonna give the FP. Ooh, he's killing everybody. Yes. Can't you get another buff like talking by Libra? Yes, you can get a buff, but it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost. It's gonna give like debuff again for you. Like if you wish to get like, I think it's damage, and then you're gonna get like maximum HP reduce or something. It's got like a buff and a debuff, but I'm not sure because I didn't get any, like I didn't try to get the buff because I don't want to get the debuff. So yeah, possible. We're fighting this. Ooh. Ultima time, and yes, welcome in North. How are you doing today? Ooh. Alright, alright. Drift. Oh, actually, they killed the... Oh, my teammate killed the horse with one, I don't know, gravity attack. Shit. Liza. I think the buff doesn't have debuff after an event. Really? I'm not sure. Because I'm scared. The goat is crazy. He's the king of madness. And then the next 2 weeks, gonna come back as a Everdark boss. A new one. Critical restore FP, got counter, sudden attack 9. Not a good rune. Not a good something. Okay, so where are we going? We're gonna do castle. Should we? Oh hell yeah. We're gonna do castle. Speed running. Speed running. Because usually I don't go to the Libra. Wait, hang on a minute. Wait, my team is going that way. Eh? Oh no, they are fighting something over there. No, now I know. Oh, they are fighting the doggo. Wait, I see a dragon. Literally beside it. Can we kill it? Let's kill the dragon. Oh, they're fighting the doggo. Yeah, I have a feeling that we're gonna get the, what is it called again? The Banished Knight, not the Banished Knight, the Bell-bearing Hunter in the, yeah. Ooh, infinity in the, what is that called again? In the castle. Oh. Improve range weapon. Oh my team is getting a good items for me. Yaddy. Got a dragon. Okay. My teammate's name is literally player. Wow. Base. Wait, Archmotra is back. Yeah, Archmotra is back. And of course the Dark Drift Knight is also here. And I'm fighting the Dark Drift Knight as well. Because I hate, oh no, it's the Magma Worm. Are we doing it? Can we not do this? Are they trying to do it? I think so. I think they are trying to do it. I'm doing no damage. I'm doing no damage. My god, I almost one shot my team. Oh, never mind. Actually, my team is doing damage. My job is only marking and deal. They make the boss taking more damage. Because I don't know what else am I gonna do. I have no damage. Oh, no. He's gonna drag. I knew it. He's gonna drag his knife. I have. Oh, nice ulti. Oh no. Oh no. I got you, homie. I got you. Wait, he's shooting. Oh. Watch out. Don't get the flame attack. Oh no, he died. Wait, few more hit. Okay. Successful guarding up negation damage. Improve dodging. Oh yeah, we got evade window now. Alright, let's go castle now. I'm gonna take the items as well. I miss chompers. Yeah, I miss gaping jaw as well. Because I don't want to fight the Mothra again. I have no fun fighting Mothra. Improve spell casting speed. Holy. Guard breaking magic attack. Reduce spell FP cost. I'm gonna buy this one. Successful. Oh, projectile drop off. Hell yeah. Oh no, my team is not taking the never mind then. They're rushing to the castle. Oh shit. They're rushing to the castle. She's so beautiful. I want her as my Pokemon. Yes. But as an enemy? Not really. Oh man. The music is nice. I like it. But the fight... Yikes. I know his attack is slow. But fighting two of them together? Well, the Scorpion and then the Mothra chasing you? Kinda hard though, not gonna lie. Alright, let's gamble. What is a monster? Who is the boss? Is it gonna be the bell bearing? Oh wait, no, it's the lion. Leonine. Where you can use madness? I didn't know. Oh, okay. It's my teammate using madness. Ooh, my team is doing good damage. Crazy damage. Damage negation. Multiple gleam blade. I'm gonna take this. Ah, yeah. And then I'm gonna give it damage negation with casing spell. Take the gleam blade. I do no damage. So improve range weapon. Wait, he doesn't take the gleam blade. Nani? Should I take it? Full magic attack power? No. Wait, he doesn't take the gleam blade. What the heck? Should I take the gleam blade? 9% is 9% good. It's 9% good. Nah, let me take the gleam blade. Hell yeah. Look at this. Mini damage. It's not much, but it's honest work. Holy shit, we're fighting this guy in the hallway like this. 9%. Imagine you're doing 50 damage, and then 9% is like how many? Like wait, 9%. So X like 10%. Hang on. Increase skill attack power. Successful attack restore FP. Maybe this one is better. So you're doing 50 damage and 9% more damage. Maybe 55. I don't know if the calculate is like this one, but oh shit. Lightning. Ultimate. Ooh, try to upswing me? Not today. Sit down. Getting zapped. We got many money. Should we go kill this one first? Oh, my team is going the same way. Yeah. I cannot wait for the Archdragon. The dragons are beautiful. Yeah. I maybe enjoy fighting dragons more than the he upswing me. More than the Mothra. I know he's annoying because you know he's flying all the way. But he's chill guy, you know, he literally chilling. Doing ice attack. Even though it's kinda quite annoying. But imagine we getting the, let's say, imagine we getting the mountain, the rotation, and then we go up and take the buff. His damage is gonna get reduced, no? It's literally a counter play to him. Because we got the frost resistant, and then he deal like maybe less damage than he's used to be. Improve lightning attack power. Ooh. What the? Improve range weapon. Oh, I'm taking that. Where's him? He's in the mountain there. Oh shit. How did he get there? How did he get there? Getting burned to death. Lightning Grease, improve charge sorcery. Being chilling. Improve lightning damage negation. Ooh la la. Right, I'm going there and take the items. Improve range weapon. Hell yeah. Damn, what I'm gonna drop? Improve charge sorcery. Smithing stone. Boost turtle. Successful attack negate damage. Maybe this one. Range weapon 10%, 24%. How did he get up there? Like actually, like how? Is there a way to go there? Am I getting lost? How did he get there? Oh, here. Oh. Alright. You know there's a way to get here. I'm taking it. Where's the... Hey, where's the... Hey? Hey? Where's the shield? Did I go the wrong way? Yeah. No. Oh my. Where is the shield? No, it's that way. I'm tripping. I don't know how did they go there, but never mind then. GG. I'm wasting time. GG. I start trolling. I start trolling again. I don't know where he pinged just now. Ayah. Shit. The Drake. Yeah, the music is nice. What? No, this one is the way I killed it already. Oh, he dropped something over there. Oh, I want to level up. 100k. Investigation. Santinion. I want to fight. Much better. Oh my god. Oh no, my teammate is dead. I'm coming. Please don't die. No, I dropped down. No, I'm trolling. Actually, I'm trolling. Bro. I'm... You know what? I should walk slowly. Yep. I'm coming. Sorry for the wait. I'm outing. Oh. Oh, nice damage. Ain't gonna get burned. Oh, look at it. Oh. Oh. Is he dash? Alright, he's dash. Oh, legendary. Improve attack at low HP. Power of the first slot. Successful attack. 9. Taking damage boosts damage negation. And what else? Improve charge incarnation. Ooh, level 15. Wait, we somehow hit level 15. Even though our run is not that good. Holy shit. We did it. I got my smithing stone 1 and 2. Good. Alright, we're going this way, up there, and... Oh, we lost 1 flask. Yikes. Oh, I see something. Oh, we see something. Mini green damage. Stagger him. Improve sorcery, improve fire attack, improve physical damage negation. What else? Oh, I see something. What is that? Oh, you can take it. Nah, not like this. Is it? Are we in the circle yet? No, we gotta go in front of here. Nice. Let's see. Oh no, we're fighting the Nameless King. The Dragon Lord. Nope. Can you hit me? Not today. Actually, I need stamina. Not gonna lie. I need my stamina recovery. No. Alright, it's dashed. Here we go, Nameless King. Whoa, actually I'm doing good damage. What the heck? Now my team is doing good damage, not me. Bro, do you see how fast he died? I mean his pet, his dragon. Is he gonna... Alright. Okay, okay. Oh, stagger. Is it? No. Explosion! What the hell? The lightning hit me. The lightning hit me. The heck? What the hell? Improve physical attack. Maximum stamina. Ooh, actually, I think I will take stamina. Thank you. Ooh, level 15 with 100 and something K extra. Not too bad, actually. Not too bad. I like it. I'm gonna use lightning weapon, level upgrade. And I'm gonna buy this to my team. Yeah. Again, and of course, again. So, ooh, I got so many stamina. What the hell? So, I'm gonna use this one. Ooh, physical attack. Hey, let me ping him. Healing. Stamina. Physical damage. What I got? What I got? Everything now. Should be fine, should be fine. I'm Gucci. Bro, I have 70k more. Do I buy for them? Do I buy the extra stuff for them? Hang on. I think I will buy the flask as well. Because holy shit. I got so many money. Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy this one. Gonna buy this. Buy this. Gonna... Oh, no, I cannot buy anymore. Oh, shit. And this one and this one. I don't know if they want it, but I think they probably don't need it. Oh, they want it? I mean, the flux is not that good though. It's just the bad. I don't know. I don't know if if anybody will ever use the extra flux. The buff. Oh wait, he take one. Oh wait, he take both. Oh wow, I just thought maybe. Ooh. Oh, maybe one of them is like the when you drink it, you have no mana cost. Oh my god, ban. Where do you get such good random? I don't know. Not even. I can never ping in the map inside. Really? Look, the horse. Nah, I don't want to go there. Yep. Yep, I'm running. Yep. Do you see this? It's trying to mop the floor. Ow. You know what? Ulti time. I don't care. Send attack. Sit down. I'm gonna... Oh shit! I'm trolling, bro. I should have drink my health instead of throwing this thingy. I'm trolling. Ah la 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 la. I'm trolling. I should have... Oh my god! Thank you. I hate this phase. Can he go second phase already? No, my buff. He's wiping again. He's mopping the floor again. He's charging. No. Wait. Why am I stopping? No. He's charging at me. Yeah. I'm just gonna run. Oh, I'm gonna run this way. Oh, hell no. Woo. Where's he going? Come on, go phase 2, please. My buff, I drink the buff. I mean, I got the buff, but somehow my buff disappeared because expired because this guy keep running. So not a good time. Marking. Sit down, boss. Go phase 2. Yes, thank you. Oh wait, he stopped. Oh wait, stagger. GG, boss. GG. Look at the HP. Look at this HP. Look at the HP. Bro, he didn't even go to phase 2 yet. Is this Everdark? Oh, it is Everdark. What the hell? Did you see the damage? Bro, he got so quickly. My guy, my. Yaddy, yaddy, yaddy. Oh, now the arrow. Okay, so you're just gonna go this side way, yeah. He's gonna do the nuke attack now. Immediately, who's gonna target? Is he targeted? Wait, he's targeting. Oh, I thought he's targeting me. I'm just gonna run this way. Alright. Bro, he's dying already. Oh no, not the lightsaber. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, bro. Stop. Stop. Oh my god, I survived that. What the hell? Not again. What the hell? Bro, I'm dancing with him. He's gonna do it again. Oh hell no. Wow, he loved the double attack, double lightsaber attack. No, not the arrow. Oh shit. It's dying. Wow. Bro, he didn't even get to do the phase 2. He got staggered and then it was half HP and then he was and the HP was doing so quickly. He post GG. Wow. Not too bad. We're winning. The stagger is crazy. What a clutch. Skip. Never. Hit him so he can go to phase 2. I'm not awake enough for this reindeer. Wait, are you coming now? I mean, you can still, chilling. You don't have to like lock in like for now. You can just enjoy your morning, drink some coffee, and also maybe enjoy the day. It's updating. Okay, I will wait for you. See this? Hang on. See, let me show you the run just now. The level 15 run. Yeah, this one. I don't have fun fighting this past the Godzilla girlfriend. No, I have fun fighting this Dark Drift Knight. Yes, with random. All of them are randoms. It's not even my friend. It's related to. Yeah, look at this. Three. What is this called again? Iron Eye. Can you believe it? 3 Iron Eye. I don't even remember that. 3 Iron Eye fighting Dark Drift Knight. Sheesh. And then we all level 15. Can I favorite this one? Yeah, let's go. And then this one as well. This one is... I'm gonna favorite this one. 3 Iron Eye. No tank. Just us fighting the Dark Drift Knight. Using bow and everything. Level 15. All of them are level 15. Sheesh. Oh, wait, we hit... Yeah, we've hit 15 as well. My god. Yeah. Wait, oh yeah, you know how am I getting this like extreme goal? Can I see the buff? Can I see the details? Wait, can I see the detail? Why can't I see the detail? Wait, I cannot see the buff? Nani? Play. We can play. Oh, look at this. Yeah. Look, we can play this one. Look, I was here chasing. I was here taking the flask, and they already reached. It's like, hang on. Let me back. Let me replay again. How do I replay again? Yeah, this one. So okay. So now, as you can see, we drop. Yeah, we drop. I am the one trolling here, because I was like, getting drop down and then get the flask. My team was literally going all the way to the city. They won level 1, and then they finished everything down there. I don't know how they did that, but I was just following their footsteps. You can see I got lost over here. I cannot move any way. They're really killing something. over there. And I was like, huh? How did you guys do it? I was like, nah. They did it way too quickly. They finished all the things before I reached there as well. And then we exit there and then do the day one boss. I know, the phase 2. Day 1, level 1 city run. I think this is the first time I did it. My random is carrying me. And then also they just, we just chilling, killing all the objective. They pinging for the mini boss instead of doing the other objective. They ping. We just kill every of the mini boss in the map. Maybe we got lucky or something because we got so many mini boss. We just literally doing all of them, like including this one. We just skip every objective. We kill all the mini boss, and of course we do take the flask, everything. Day 1 city run. Shit, Saisa. And then the boss as well. And then we going back to do the final boss. Yeah. Oh, we can skip. Oh, we can skip. Oh, there's a timeline here. Oh, okay. And then we kill all the things here. Mini boss again. Yeah, look at this. We didn't even clear all of this on the right side. We're just focusing on the left side and killing everything. Improve magic attack power. Oh, and then we do the Eva go. And we just all running all the way back to the what's that called again? The city. Yep. And then we use this one. Yeah. Bruh, this run is so crazy fast. My first 10 minutes. Is it 10 minutes? Hang on. Can I scroll up? Why I cannot scroll up? Hang on. Why I cannot scroll up? Yeah, the first 5 minutes I was literally doing nothing. Yep. The 5 minutes I was doing nothing. Shit. Damn. First 5 minutes. Imagine if doing nothing in first 5 minutes. Just running around the map. Not helping team. Uh-oh, I start trolling. Like, let me invite you. Let me know if you are playing now. My god. Bum. This guy only plays Iron Eye. What you mean? Iron Eye is good. I love Iron Eye. No, it's good. My favorite one. How many did I run with the Iron Eye again? Let me see. I think I already run like 50 times. Maybe more than that. Compared to the others. How do I see? Yeah, 80 times. On my way to 100. Oh shit. The other time I'm using the other character was doing like, I don't know, the remembers. Look at this Revenant. 2 times because I want to clear. Oh wait, 1 time I'm pretty sure it's doing the achievement, the Steam achievement, and then 1 time maybe it's the remembrance, and that's it. No more Revenant for me. And then Recruits is, I think I have hard time trying to kill the last boss. Hang on, let me check. Run history. I don't know if oh yeah. Is it this one? No? Yeah, this one. I have hard time finding the last boss. Wait, I was fighting AT Gaping Jaw using Recruits? What? I don't remember that. And then we won? Ain't no way. With random as well? With friend? Is it Ashley? Ashley joining Nightreign? Eh? Must be the team carry me. Must be the team carry me. Because I'm pretty sure it's not me carrying. Oh, I cannot see the equipment. They drop down. Sheesh. Wait, why did I play Recruits? Maybe it's because I need to unlock Remembrance? I'm pretty sure this one is only due for the achievement. Oh my god. Oh, maybe Remembrance. Shit. Damn. It's still patching? Ooh. It's okay though. I'm gonna go and maybe take some snacks and then you have fun waiting the patching. Nah, just kidding. Take your time, Ray Ray. I'm gonna be right back. I'm back. You know what? Never mind. I forgot. I finished my snacks already. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Hang on a minute. I know I understand why I love Nightreign. It's literally gambling, no? It's literally gambling. Because the game is literally random. Randomize everything. Right. Are you gonna start off as a warm-up? Or you're gonna do you know, the pass. I don't know if you want to do the pass first or you want to do the Dark Drift Night. Huh? Gambling? Yeah, it is. No, don't you think? We join in the game. It's literally RNG based. You cannot like guarantee get the items unless you know luck or something. Because every time it's randomized. Not even the mini boss is the same. I know the location they stay at is the same, but the boss is different. Some boss is easy, just speed run the boss and then get the items and run. But some of the boss is so tanky, like the magma worm and then the dragonic knight and something. Oh man, yeah. And the tree spirit as well. It's definitely gonna take a little bit time, but compared to bell bearing hunter, nah, that guy is too tanky. Once we get the gold, huh? No. I was asking if you want to do the arch template. I mean the Everdark sentient pass or Dark Drift Knight as a your warm up match. May or may not getting good items or maybe good energy. Also, sometimes the boss also doing like just now. Do you see the boss? He was supposed to go into phase 2, but somehow he got stagger and then he was trying to do some attack. I think he's trying to do the spear attack and then he got stagger and then he was like, I don't know, man, still doing the attack, but it's not going to phase 2. And then his HP was like got chomped over and then left over like 1/5 HP. And I was like, whoa, good timing. And he died after that. But holy, after he go into phase 2, immediately throwing down a nuke, and then he starts spinning with the lightsaber. I don't know how did I survive that. There's a spinning. I was like, no, let me dodge this one, and then I survived that. Only the slam, I hate the long arms phase, bro. He keeps sweeping, and then his attack range is so wide. I don't know, man. I just hate his phase 1 for Everdark. Maybe that's why I hate the normal. Maybe that's why I hate the normal Dark Drift Knight because of the phase 2. Maybe I'm just that bad. I don't know, man. Because I love his phase 2 on Dark the Everdark. Because it's more easy to readable. But the long arm phase, nah. GG. Let's do reindeer. What is it weakness again? Lightning. I'm gonna use lightning bolt. You get a good relic, lightning damage. I think I remember fighting this Dark Drift Knight was very hard to break his stand when he's doing when he's holding his spear and then he was trying to slow you down. I don't know why. I think at first time fighting it was like so hard to break unless you have ultimate or something. And then like after a few tries with Everdark, because his his new AT boss, right? Then I was like, hey, wait, the shield is quite easy to break. Maybe because I did not use lightning weapon. But I'm pretty sure every time I run the boss, I was using his weakness weapon at the start. Because I cannot guarantee myself getting proper weapons for the weakness to them. But yeah. Compare. Yeah, I think this one is my least favorite. Libra maybe is like also least favorite because it's madness. The boss that I enjoy fighting the most. Should I make a tier list? Wait, since Ray is making the. Oh wait, never mind. Ray is ready up. Alright then. Here we go. Everdark. Alright, let's go. Yeah, Ray, do you remember the first time when we played together? When I host, nobody's joining. I don't know why that happened though. I don't know why that happened, because maybe that time was everybody was sleeping or something. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one awake at the time. But holy, waiting for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, nobody joining it is crazy though. Oh my god, the new Go Mama emotes, nice. But I think they fixed that thing already. Cause I don't know, man. Maybe I was doing remembrance at the time, but I forgot. But damn, there was like a long time waiting for a third guy to join. After I switched, and then after we switched, like you host the game, instantly get into the match. But I still don't know how to play the game at that time. Learning, and until finally we know how to play. Oh wait, we have no tank. Okay, you good? Let's stay alive. Because it was like 2 in the morning for you. Is it? No, I'm pretty sure I think it's the time was like noon for me, like evening. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Because that time, I think I remember my sleeping schedule is not messed up like right now. But who knows? Who knows? Good. Improve damage. What? Improve fire damage negation. Hey, improve magic damage negation. All right. You wanna do that? Okay, we can do that first as well. Let me level up. You're about to refund the game. You were so angry. No, I mean yeah, but but because I was playing solo, I did not try to join random. I was like, let me try solo. Because like Monster Hunter, I was trying to play solo first. But holy, this game is not designed for solo, man. This game is definitely designed to team play. Unless you want to do some challenge. It's not recommend doing solo. Oh wait, I got stone key. We can do this one. Improve guarding ability. Throw away. What is this? Improve attack when two handling. Meh. Two handling. I'm doing my thing. Oh no, he got chop. He got chop spin. Right. I got stone key, so we can do the ever go after this. Less likely to be target. Ah, hell yeah. Oopsie. Let's see who get target first. Oh shit. Oh, Saisa. Go. Damage negation when charging attack. Not so good. Do we have chest? Do we have stone key? Wait, I have another stone key again. Wait, we can do stone key. What the hell? I'm dropping down here. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, now I understand why why I love this game. This is gambling. Oh shit. RNG based game. Ow. I'm running. Lightning attack power, impair physical damage negation. What? I got increased 15% lightning attack power. Hell yeah. Where's the jump pad? Oh, behind me. Let's go this way, Ray. We open the cage. I'm gonna pin here. We're gonna get the magic items. We don't know what weapon we get, but let's see. Spinning. Improve sorcery. Improve holy attack power. Reduce spell. I think I will take this one for. Ah, yeah. Is it going already? Ah, shit. Oh no. Let me do this. Oh, really? It's not picking up the items. Okay. Take it. Do the ever go. Oh, Ray Ray is so fast to there. Hang on, Ray Ray, we coming. We coming, we coming. Or then we can take the flash as well. But let me do no. Stay. I got the key. I got the key. I got the key. Ray Ray, stay. I was pinging just for the next location when we going. Shit. Here we got time. I'm gonna drop this. Oh hell no, we're fighting this. Oh wait, we're doing good damage. Actually, we're doing good damage. Yes, stagger him. Oh. Oh, what the? Okay. Nice one, Ray Ray. I was like, wait, where's my stagger attack? Ooh, right. Eh. Ooh, no Revenant. Let me mark. Wow, doing no damage. What the hell? Okay. How much gold? How much runes? 20k. Yikes. 20k. Alright. Level 6. Come on, let's go. Take the flash and we go. Before the stopping. Oh, we got a... Do we have time killing this? This Drift Knight? Nah. I don't think we have time. Do we? Just take the flash then. Run away. Maybe later, day 2. Maybe we're under level. Wait, are we doing it? Nah. I'm pretty sure he's gonna one-shot us. Nah. Ooh. Should we do this one? Oh shit, yep. Definitely not doing it. Well, can you stop spamming? Ah. Nah. Wait, I got Eva. Oh wait, I can do Eva Go again. I got another stone key if I remember. Yeah, I have another stone key. Can do it. Oh, it's the wolf. Okay. This one is pretty easy to do. Wait, no, it's the Zamo guy. What the? Nice dagger, let's go. Yeah, I like the shotgun stuff, actually. The shotgun stuff is so good. No, is the circle here? No. What? Get it. Run. Is the circle stopping? Not stopping? Okay, the circle is stopped. Alright, we save. Luckily. Hey, we got this. Ooh, the shotgun. Look at the damage, bro. It's literally tier 1 weapons. Take Infinite Frost, improve guard breaking. I'll take this one then. Somebody draw items? Nope. So right, we can go there. Oh, we cannot jump to there. No. Less likely to be target improved magical damage. Man, the item is so bad. Hang on, let me check items. What do we have? Biting this. Improve magic damage. Reduce spell FP. Meh. Bad items. Day 2 we're gonna do castle, so we're just gonna clear as fast as we can. I'm gonna ping the flash. Skipping everything. Oh wait, I have Evergore. Oh, but we don't have Evergore. Yadi. Projectile drop of... Oh, this one is nice. What's this? Reduce spell epic cost. Break his stance. Shatter him. I have no stamina, GG. Ow. Oh, wait. Stance break. It's gonna die now, is it? No? How is this not stance break yet? Hello? Okay, finally. AP restoration upon attack. Improve fire damage negation. What is this bowl? Improve jump attack. Successful attack negate damage. Ooh. HP restoration upon attack. Pretty nice. Wait, how fast is going there? What the hell? Ooh, okay. This one is pretty nice item. Gonna drop off this item. You guys go there. I'm gonna clear this wave. Should I clear this? I think it's the All Titan. Oh. Come on, frostbite, 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 frostbite. No. Ooh, look at the damage they did. Ow. W. W. Improve item discovery, improve fire damage power. Nah. Madness produce friends of. Hang on a minute. Hey. HP restoration upon attack. Nah. Let's go take the flask. And there we go. Oh, too far. Can we do the Eva go? I don't know if we have time, but maybe I can save it for day 2. Should we? Should we do the... Where's the flask? Is that up there? What the... Am I trolling? Where's the flask? Oh, yeah. Where are we going? Nah. I'm getting juked. Oh no, I'm trolling. No. Let's go. Maybe this way. Yeah, I don't have time. Bro, I hate this corner. I hate this corner. Where's the jump pad? I hate this thing. I hate this map. This corner especially. God damn. Moving stone. Flash. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, almost dying. Yeah, maybe here. Yeah, I'm trolling. What am I doing? I hate this corner. So bad. Yeah, why is it jumping up? No, the storm is coming. But I want to kill something. Nothing here? Really? Are we fighting the treasure? No. Yes. Yeah, we can do this after that. Ever go. I got a stone key and everything. No. What? Hand? What are we fighting? Wait, hand boss? Ow. Are we fighting some magician boss? Is that the bird? No way, it's the bird as a day 1 boss. I don't remember What is the boss for this one? Oh, okay, it's the monster hunter dragon. Guess we can cut the tail for some reason. Ultimate time, Booma. Yeah, shatter him. Nice, cut the tail. Yeah, shotgun him. Oh. Okay, okay. GG. Very nice. What's the item? FP restoration for guarding, HP restoration, critical hit increased inflicting. Oh, inflict enemy damage. Ooh. Gonna open the. I'm gonna open it. Gonna do Evergo. Oh shit, we can do this one. Can we? I don't know if we have damage. Oh no. Do we have damage? I don't know if it's gonna one-shot us or not. Day 2. It's never gonna get frostbite. Oh. Push him, push him. Oh wait, he's getting frostbite. Oh no. I got you. Oh, what? He one-shot me. The shield on, nah. Not like this. Thank you, thank you. Close, close. We're winning, we're winning. Just some accident happened. Oh no, Ray. Nice dodge. No. Oh no, Ray. I think he's gonna disappear soon. No, no. Oh, oh, oh. I want to mark him. Oh, nice mark. Oh, nice ulti, Ray. Die, die, die. Nice. Pretty nice. We did it. Improve sorcery, taking damage, boost damage negation. Taking damage, boost damage negation. Eh. Nah. Okay, reduce their FP. What is this? Improve sorcery. Alright, Evergo time. Oh, it's the elite boss. Oh, no wonder it's so tanky. Day 2, we're gonna do the thingy. We're gonna take the tree after this. Oh shit, I missed. Ow. The white attack range. What the hell? Oh, alright, guys. Pissing me off. Oh no. Wait, how did he not reset the death? Oh, where's Ray Ray? Wait, he's targeting. Oh no. Wait on. Ow, 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 ow. Brother. Oh, I cannot save two guy. No, I cannot save two guy. Oh no, Ray Ray. Ow, 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 ow. No. Wait, how did he not reset when we're fighting the boss? Ow, ow, ow. Oh no. Ouch. Brother. What? Oh no. How many of them? How many of them? Is it dashed yet? Okay. Now we gotta go. Oh. We can do... Should we do this one? Maybe. Since we are here, let's do this one then. Is the boss here? No? Sorry, Ray Ray. Sorry. Wait, where are we fighting two boss? Hello? I don't have ulti. Oh no. The stagger, no! Not like this. Oh, the pin attack. Where is the shotgun? Why is it not using the shotgun? Eh? Why? Ayo. Ouch. Never mind. Nice ulti, Ray. Am I getting burned? I think if we sleep, no epic consumption. Alright, we gotta go now. Like, for real. Should we take the flask? Do you have time? No, the circle is closing way too faster than I thought. What? I hate jumping this cliff. Oh, do we have time? Or else we're gonna go there then. Okay, my... No, what the... Ah, hell no. I hate to climb again. Not like this. I hate this area. Yeah, let's do that. You guys go there first. Go castle. Where's the... Oh my god, he's so far away. Ow. I was trying to call sacred. No way. No way. I mean, we got the birdie though. We got the birdie. We can use this one. Oh, Ray Ray should... Oh, never mind. You want to go there first? Alright. It's... I don't know. You can take the tree, Ray Ray. It's gonna take you way faster to the castle. Oh, but it's too late. Yeah, the circle is closing. Never mind. Ow. We're doing it. We're doing the castle. We don't have much time, but we're doing it. Ooh, we calculate wrong the timing. Are you doing castle? You guys doing castle? No. You guys doing the mine? Ooh. What is the mini boss? Should we do the mini boss? What is the mini boss? I don't see the mini boss. Is it tree spirit? Wait, is the hippopotamus? Wait, hang on a minute. We can do this one. Oh, it's easy. Ow. Ow. Never mind, maybe not so easy. Oh my. What the hell, the delay? Bro, let me go. Ow. Bro. Yeah. Nice. Alright. Now we need to go to castle now. We need to go to castle now. Immediately. Wing successful attack. Nope, crap. Not the crap. Stop hitting me. What the heck? The freaking crap. Get out of the way. I don't want to eat seafood now. Don't make me kill. Don't make me extinct your family. Right, castle time. Man, I have a nightmare. Would you like to talk about it? What nightmare? Bum, 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 bum. Oh, what the? Yo, I was getting jumped. Lion eh? No, huh? How did he die? Oh, he jumped down. Yeah. I was playing Final Fantasy 14. Alright, alright. That doesn't like a nightmare. Doesn't sound like a nightmare. Playing Final Fantasy 14 is nightmare? What the hell? Oh, he almost died again. Oh my, he died again. Yep. Wait, the item. I forgot to take the item. What the heck? Increase holy, increase fire. Nah, not like this. I was playing first person. I was being chased by cosmic horror. Oh, I see, I see. Well, understandable. Playing Final Fantasy 14. Damn. Do you at least have a blink skill or something? Or a shield? Oh, includes stamina recovery. Oh my god, this is Ray Ray's favorite troll. Watch out, Ray Ray is gonna throw the pots at you at any time now. Ow. You're not doing it. Everyone die but tentacle monster? Sheesh. Tentacle monster. Ow. Nice dagger. Throw the pot now. Nice. Getting burned, but I don't care. Just gonna drink it. Just in case. Okay, he pushed me down. Frick you. My god. A freaking guy. Let me pick up my items, man. What the? Bruh. Stop throwing things. What? We are out of time already? Wait, that hits Ray Ray? Uh oh, Ray Ray, watch out. That hit me. Wait, we have to kill this cave. Out. I need healing. Bro, how am I? Are they enough? How is that still throwing shit? Hello? Stop hitting. I didn't know we're playing NBA right now. Is he gonna throw at me? Alright, alright. Block it. Boma. Oh no. Meteorite stuff. Oh shit. Bruh. Hey, stop throwing again. Again and again. Holy. Where are we going? Alright. Splitting stone one. We gotta go now. Wait. No, the frame is closing this way. Why am I jumping down? Uh-oh. I might be trolling. Do we have a grace? No, we don't have a grace. Oh no. I'm going this way. Rick, watch out. We are so under level, GG. Did the game shorten the time? I don't remember they doing the closing gate was this fast. Oh, is that the Dragonic Knight? Wait, where is it? Oh, he's fighting. He's fighting. Let's go help him. Oh no. Yeah. No. After we what? Oh, never mind, he's chasing us. Now we gotta kill it now. Is he gonna exit? No. He's coming back. Right, coming back. Come here, come here. Ow, ow, ow. Come inside. I dare you. The hell, lightning hit me. No, what is this? Are we fighting the Nameless King? Come inside. Don't hide there. I'm just gonna bait him. Oh, he's shooting fire at somebody. Watch out. I'm trying to kill this guy. That hit me. No. Oh. Oh, my. He doesn't come inside to the circle. Nani? No, will he coming? Oh no. Oh. I'm slowly killing him. It's just a matter of time. Bro, he dodged every one of my arrows. What the heck? Stop jumping. Oh no. Oh. No, no. Oh my god, he ran away. Bruh. Okay, because the boss died. Nah, because the boss summoner. It was so close. Oh no, the flame. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no, Larry. Ah, maybe we can kill the horse after this. Yeah, I think we can. Oh shit, what are they doing? Marking, marking. Is it gonna do flame again? What? Oh, bro, I hate this attack. How do you dodge the flame then? Stamina. Is it gonna flame me again? Oh, nah. I missed my mark. Bro, stop lying. Oh shit, somebody died. Oh my god. Stop lying. Bro. Oh my god, Ray. Gonna kill the dragon. Aye. Nice. Phase 2. Watch out. Why is the guy using melee? Hello? Am I seeing something? Why is the guy using melee instead of spell? Where's the shotgun? Where's the spike? Did he just throw away the spike? It's literally the best weapon. Out. You gonna summon anything? What the hell did he blink so fast? You're not a flash. Oh no. Come on, where's the frostbite? Could be anytime soon. Right. Damage taken ×2. What? I don't understand this guy. Is this guy out of stamina or something? Or FP? Huh? How is it? Is Revenant a melee characters? I'm pretty sure it's spell character, right? Why is it fighting the guy so close? Huh? Yes, finally using spell. Thank you. Bro, why is it fighting the guy? I'm not saving him now, bro. I'm just gonna kill him. Bro, what is this Revenant? Is this Revenant trolling? What? Yeah, kill this boss, Ray. Ignore this Revenant. Bruh. This Revenant is trolling. Is it our FP or something? Nah. Periodic Gleam Blade. Oh, we gotta kill this boss. I'm gonna summon him. Where is it? Wait, he's gone. Because we start the boss fight. Nah. Alright, next time we don't kill the boss. No, the Dragonite was so close to death. Nah. No, I should have killed the boss first. I mean, killed the minion first. The mini boss first. No, I was so close. It was so little. 1 out of 10, maybe. Shit. So little bar. So when the boss is spawned, it's gonna be disappear. So you have to. Ooh. Oh, GG. This game, man. He wouldn't stop. Wait, hang on. Then I got caught, then I died. Oh, unlucky. Shit. Yep, this Revenant is trolling, Ray. This Revenant is trolling. Now I'm afraid of looking at his spell or his skill or something. Oh, I have gold. Wait, hang on. I have gold. I can buy this one for him. Stone key. Who got a stone key? Black flame. I'm just gonna say my item is not that good, so it's either do or deed. Gonna be deed. Oh no. Giant Crusher. GG. I have no good items. May or may not trolling. Yikes. What is this? Hang on. Oh. Never mind. What are the strats? So we have to spam our attacks as fast as we could because we don't want to waste too much time on phase 1. He's gonna swipe us all with his big long arm. So after phase 2, you can see his attack is basically that feel. When he's putting the down lightsaber, run the opposite way. Do not look at him, just run the opposite way, going back. And then when he's doing the charging, you know, like regular time, just dodge the sideway. When he's doing the straight, he just go left or right. Yeah, just like that. And then when he's doing the nuke, you can see the line. Just go away from the line. And then when he's doing the arrow, when he's shooting the arrows into the sky, wait until the arrows drop and we go left or right. Because he's gonna follow you for a while and just you know, dodge it. Don't stand still. Don't take the arrow. It's gonna take a lot of damage. And then when he's doing what else attack? Basically nothing else. Yeah, the arrow is definitely hard to. When he's putting down the arrow towards you, it's going. You have 1 second reaction, so it's kind of hard to dodge. So unless you were using ultimate or something, the arrow is not that high damage, but still annoying because he's got you literally 1 second and then he shots the arrow and then he hits you. Maybe you will see the attacks after you know, you will know what I'm saying. All right. Phase 1. I don't want to waste too much time. I'm just gonna spam the arrow. But, yep. Get in. Oh no, wrong arrow. Marking. No, not the Revenant taking damage. Not the sweeping. I cannot dodge. I hate this attack, man. Uh oh. Brother, I hate this one. Bro, I already waste 2 flasks just because of this attack. What the hell? Nice ulti, Ray. What? I'm gonna eat this one. Bro, I hate this attack. Oh no. Ooh, yep. You see what I mean? You see how wide the attack range is? Even though you try to dodge, it's gonna hit you. I hate this horse first phase. I mean the Everdark. Oh no. No, he's gonna do the thing now. Alright, nice lightning. Shock him. Break his stand. Oh no, he's gonna do the stand attack. Oh, watch out. No, not to swipe it. Oh no. No, ow. I hate this. Come on, go phase 2, please. Go phase 2. He's charging. No, I'm getting jumped. Oh no. Yep. I'm dashed. I am so dashed. Yada. I hate this charging attack. Thank you, Ray. Watch out though. It's coming at you at the moment. I don't know where is it. Go phase 2, please. Oh, watch out, Ray. Oh shit, nice dodge. Oh no. No, nice break. I'm gonna ulti now. What the? Where's my ulti? No, stand still. Oh my god. No, he go phase 2 right now. My ultimate deal no damage. Alright, winning. Oh no, watch out. The arrow. Toss the sideway. Wait, what is my dodge? Hello? This attack, I hate it. Oh my god. No, the double lightsaber. Oh no. Okay. I thought I have less likely to be target as my weapon. What? Yeah, this arrow is so quickly. Then attack. Watch out. Don't target me. Oh no, he's targeting this way. Right. The arrow. Okay, he's doing nuke now. Ray. Gonna watch out. Who is he targeting? Is he targeting you? Is he? Oh, he's targeting us. Oh shit. Oh my Ray. Yeah. Did you just use ulti when he's doing this jumping move? I saw that. Yeah, I think he's not gonna take the damage though. He's not gonna take many damage when he's doing the new attack. Oh no. The lightning attack. I hate this one. Don't you have any like... Okay, Ray, save him. I'm gonna target him. No, Ray, watch out. It's just doing a same attack now. Oh, nice dodge. I don't know how where is it. Oh no, watch out, Ray. Oh, nice dodge. I'm gonna stay here first. Wow, you're targeting me. Alright, never mind. Whoa, oh, I'm so dashed. Am I? Nope. Ow, I'm so dashed. Bro, my item is not working. Where's my less likely to be target? Oh, he's gonna do a nuke again. He's gonna immune most of the damage. Oh no. Who is he targeting? Oh, he's targeting Undercom. No, I think he's dashed. Yep. Nah, this guy. Please don't target me. Watch out, Ray. He's coming for you, I think. Nah, he's coming for me. No. Oh, my ulti. Ooh. Alright. Where's the stagger? Oh my. Bro, I can't. I'm... No, the stagger. Somebody stagger him. No, too late, man. Nah, this guy is trolling. What is this Pandacom doing? What is a spell? Ain't no way. Oh no, he's dashed. Oh wait, no, you're not. I got you, Ray Ray. And he's gonna target me. Right. I gotta do the nuke now. Watch out, watch out. He's gonna target him. So I'm gonna go this way. Right. We got it. No, it's going so far. Oh, he's targeting me. Oh no. Lightsaber. Whoa. I cannot, man. The last hit was so close. Nah. Dodge away, Ray. Just run. Ignore me. Or maybe you can kill him. I never see this guy using ulti, by the way. I don't know if that guy is still alive. And no, oh no. I'm gonna kill this boss. I'm trying. Oh no. The arrow. Uh-oh. Oh, he was targeting me. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Nuke. Few more hit. They hit me. What the? I was. Oh no, so bad. Okay, the arrow. Oh no. Oh. Oh no, the lightsaber. Nah, not the lightsaber, bro. So close. Yo, I don't know how did I get hit by the nuke. It was so close, bro. Did he ever use his ulti? I don't know, man. This Pentacom is trolling. What the heck? Why is he not using this skill? This is literally the best skill. I don't know, man. Bro, it was so close. Just tiny little bit. No, how did I get hit? By the nuke? How wide is the range? Nah, it was so close. Man, this random is trolling, man. That guy is so trash. Why is he using his melee instead of skill? I don't know, man. I'm gonna crash out. Close, no. The panda was barely using a skill. I know, right? Where is the shadow? It's literally the best skill for the game. It's quick. You don't have to charge, or maybe you can charge, but it just spread and then spread. It's doing much damage. Yeah, I don't know why he isn't using it when he's fighting the Nameless King. Maybe he's out of FP or something. But bro, I can't. Did he ever use his ultimate like prevent death? I don't know, man. I never see he's using ultimate. He just died. I don't think he using ultimate to protect herself being killed or something. Because I'm pretty sure Revenant ultimate is protective, right? It's invulnerable, so you cannot do you cannot get killed during the time. But holy, it was so close, so tiny. And then I did not know how did I get hit by the nuke. It was so, I was running away, like he was shooting here. I was running away and then I was trying to get him, but I don't know how did I get hit by the nuke. So close. Nah, I hate it. Well, GG. You have a flower? I have a flower. We need to hit the mines for upgrade for bow. Yeah, but I don't know, man. Do we waste a little bit time for doing something? Hang on. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to get good run. No? How do I play? So we going this? Yeah. Is it because we waste too much time on here or something? Or maybe here? No, we actually doing good at the start. And then we take the flash and then we go. And then kill this minion. And take the flash. And we go here. Day 1 boss. Okay. And then we kill the Evergo. Or maybe because we take times too much for here. Maybe. Because after finish day 2, like right now, we stagger we hold for I don't know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Including doing that. And then the gate is closing. Okay. And then we kill mini boss. And then do castle. We was doing all right here, but it's just the item, I guess. Bro, my item, you see this one, Ray Ray? I don't know, man. My item is trolling. It's not the real one. Hang on. Yeah. This one, can I see the item? Wait, I cannot see the equipment. Oh yeah, this one. Less likely to be target. I'm getting target all the time. Okay? I just want to do damage. Did he ever try to do... Wait, hang on. What is this equipment? Please don't throw. I keep seeing he's using this one. For what reason? For what reason he's using this one? To proc the bleed or something? There's no skill. It's blood tax. And then I don't know... Can I see the detail? How do I see the detail of the skill? Out of every skill, bro, use this one, man. I know the attack is much higher scaling, but this one is much... I mean he can use this one as well. His secondary skill for this stuff. It's not doing anything. The fire... The fire improve guarding ability. Huh? I don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore. He got nothing. Wait, he didn't get any lightning skill. All he got was like basic skill? Really? And the fire? After all this run, not even lightning skill? I mean, eh? I mean, not you don't need lightning. You know, you just a better skill. Holy, you got this. I don't know, man. I just see he's spamming the meteor. Maybe the meteor is good for her skill. Because I'm pretty sure this one is doing much damage compared to maybe this one. This one is good for reviving teammates because you gotta follow you, right? And then this one is like a burst damage. You can literally shatter his HP one by one. I don't know, man. I just know I waste too fast because I'm staying too long or too near to the boss. As long as it's not me, yeah. We need to waste too much time on day one. Oh, we're actually doing good on the run on day one. It's just, I don't know, man, maybe unlucky time. We don't have good lightning bolt either. Shit. Not like this. But it's okay, we close. So close. One more, few more HP. Ayah, few more HP. If only I have Audi, he's gonna be dashed. But, well, GG. Yeah. We're so close. We're winning. But I just hate his first phase. That's why I just want to spam my arrow to make him go into phase 2. Because phase 2 is gonna be much easy compared to the long arm attack. Because it's so slow, even though you dodge away, it still counts as you getting hit. I don't know why. Sometimes. And then, especially the slamming attack. When he jump, before he reach down there, you have 1 second early, you have to dodge. If you see he's reaching the ground, you're gonna get hit. You cannot dodge that way. You have to dodge like way early before he reached the ground. That's why that's how I dodge it. But I don't know for you. Yeah, that's how I dodge it. So I have to predict. If he's reaching the ground already, oh GG, it's too late. You have to roll before he reaching the ground. It's crazy. Because normally when dodging attack is after he's reaching the ground or something, right? But yeah, and then also the boss attack is also RNG. It's so random. Sometimes it's doing good attack. We have good opening, but sometimes it's just gonna spam the double lightsaber. The gambling, you know, gambling time. So close. But to be honest, I have fun fighting this boss than the Mothra. Even though it's a little bit annoying, but compared to fighting 2 monsters at once, maybe not my favorite style. I just want to fight the boss one by one. I don't like to focus 2 bosses at once. Oh, it's pinging it. Alright. Let's follow this rider then. Maybe this rider can carry us. Ooh. Shield grease. What the hell? Many periodic pearl. Oh, what a good start. Oh, maybe we got a good start. There's the guy. 2-1 is fine. The mostly AFK. I don't know, man. I don't know enough. For me, I just hate to, like, when I focus one target and then the other target, I did not know he was targeting me and I got hit. And I keep wasting flash because of my unconscious. I'm too busy. I'm too busy on locking on one target. Add holy to weapon, taking damage puts damage negation. Level 3. Where are we going? Where are we going? Going this? Doing flash? Where are we going? I see we going. Go get flash first. Get level. Maybe day 1 boss is here around here, so we can take back after that. What to take? Is that the wolf? I think so. Wolf is easy. Wolf is easy. Oh, what the? We do ever go first? Alright, alright. Ever go. Let's see what is the boss spawning. And again, these many people. Why we cannot just spawn one target? Why we have to spawn this many? Look at this. I'm getting jumped by 2 targets. Whip. Pia. Whip. Pia. Pia. Ow. Oh. But okay. I'm gonna whip you. Bad boy. Pia. Pia. Alright. We're going. We're going up then. Yep. We're going up. You know what? Actually, we should have go bottom because we got the tree down there. No, not the Zamo. Ow. Know what? Ulti time. Or is it still tanky? Or is it still tanky? Where's the second one? Is it down here? No? Wait, it is down here. Why is not the wolf? I left to fight the wolf instead of this. Oh. No, too late. Come on, summon the many glimbit. Get him. Ow. I'm pretty sure the other one is around here, maybe? Wait, where's the last one? Am I blind? Oh wait, where is fighting it? I'm blind. Freezing pot. HP restoration successful. Attack negate damage. But we can take. Oh yeah, we can take this one, and then we can take that one. Bum 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 bum. Oh, yep. The night is closing. Did not know the night is closing this fast. I thought it's like going like 5 minutes. Eh? Mr. Sandman. Oh, I see a boss down there. A mini boss. Do we get it? Do we have time? How did he hit me? Nice, nice. Don't target me. Oh. What a... We have time flying in there. Yep. Improved guarding ability, improved... Oh, maximum stamina. Ooh. I'm going in, I'm going in. Going for the tree. I'm gonna take the flash and exit. Level up, level up. Fish skibidi. Hi, Van. Welcome back. Skibidi. Should we do it? I think it's a good way to do it. Because after taking flash, we can do... Oh, wait, actually, it's bad. We don't have much to do. Since we're going the way here is Farm Azura. Yeah, we don't have... Maybe we can only do this one, maybe, after that. And maybe somewhere around here got an elite. Maybe. Let's see. I don't see a mini boss there. Nothing. Nothing is in this area. Oh. Going in, I'm going in. Descend, descend. Disembark. Running. Nope. Is the flame stopping already? Nope. Boing, 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 boing. Gonna rush down there. Is it here? Oh, we got jump pad. Oh, yeah, we got jump pad. Actually, this is a nice spot. Ooh, what a good way to skip the whole running circle. Right, actually, not too bad. Increase charge incarnation. Nope. No, thank you. Input damage negation on low HP. Magma search sprinting. Multiple periodic table. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Actually, this one is... Hang on. I think this one, maybe I can take one for you. Where are you, Ray? Oh, wait. Oh, you were down. Oh, you were up here. I will drop the items later. Are you coming? Oh, you're not. You're not here. Improve damage negation on full HP. Oh, you here? I'm gonna drop it down here. And you can pick it up. Yep, yep, yep. You can pick the weapon. The green blade. Oh, yeah. Improve damage negation. Magma sprint. Oh, that means I cannot use that one. Multiple rune. Oh, nope. Wait, is it fighting down there already? Oh, shit. Hang on, June. Don't go too quickly. I know the day is closing, but... Wait. Oh, we're fighting Banished Knight. Much better than the troll, I think. Hang on, June. I'm coming. What is the range? The Iron Eye Grief. I just used the item. Oh. Iron Eye Grief. Yeah, I think Ray can take that. I don't know why it's that, but you can take that. Ah, yeah. Iron Eye Grief. Add holy to weapon. Nani? Improve range weapon. Less likely to be target. Ooh. actually quite good. Master Ray Armament. Oh, we are so under level. What can we do after this? Day 2. We have not much objective. Magical damage, chain attack finisher, improve item discovery. Oh shit, the doggo is here. Oh, the banishing. No, he blocked all of my skill. Backstab. Kick you down. Damage negation when casting spell. Oh nah. Okay, get it. Nice. Do you have stone key or anything? No. Damage negation when charging attacks wielding stone. Charging spell. Attack when wielding two armament. Oh, the storm is coming. We gotta go there now. Shit. We got bad RNG start. Empty space. Nothing good here spawning. Yikes. Under the flush, we can go using this tree. And then go here. And then we clear some of the mines up there. Something. Yeah, it's nothing good spawning here. Yeah, do I have stone key? Nope. Not even one. WC, are we winning? Squeal, hi. Am I winning? Almost winning just now, but now we gotta retry. Welcome in, Squeal. Improve, right? Improve fire. How you doing? HP restoration upon attack. Improve fire, attack power. 9. I believe in you guys. Thank you. Thank you. How is Psyche over there? Did she have any funny moment there? Did she did she enjoy the Minecraft? Damage negation, continuous HP restoration. Alright, actually. Successful attack negate damage. Ooh. Oh. Improve wait, can I stack this? Successful attack negate damage. 48 plus 48 is literally 96. So I can immune of 1 hit damage. Sisa. There's some talk and MC grind. She's doing fine. Nice. Good to hear that. Oh. How about you? Are you gonna just chill for the Saturday night? Where is the monster? Is it not closing yet? Or are we too fast killing all of them? Oh, maybe nah, it's spawning now. Oops. I'm gonna hang around here with you guys. Good luck with the bosses. Alright, thank you, Squill. Oh. It's the rat. So it's gonna summon... the one that can warm it, you know. Dark Soul boss. The many teeth. Yeah, this one. Gaping dragon. Yeah. Gaping dragon. I shall run again. Hui. Alright, thank you for the luck. Enjoy your day. Thank you. And why is the boss going that way? Explanation. Is there enemy down there? Nope. And why is it targeting that way? Oh, it's vomiting now. Gonna run now, June. Don't get hit. Oh my god, I see. Wait. The bell is working. Keep spamming. Keep spamming. It may do a little bit damage, but the warming stone. What is it gonna do? The warming stone. Why is it dropping everything? Oh, we cut the tail. Oh, when we cut the tail, we got... Oh, actually... When we cut the tail, it drops something special. Right? Are we fighting a second boss again? I think so, right? It is a second boss. Is that the jellyfish? No, the gargoyle. The gargoyle. Alright. Easy money for us. I don't mind. I don't mind. Actually, it's good. It's not a bad boss or something. Easy, easy, easy. Attack is slow but painful, but it's easy to dodge. Like this. And this. Oh wait, it's stagger. I'm gonna take it. Easy boss, easy boss. He's gonna spin. I'm gonna dodge and dodge again. Is he gonna come at me? Nope. Easy boss, easy. Oh, spin and then. Ooh, he missed everything. GG. Easy money. I like it. I like it. And then easy buff. Successful parry. Dragon wound upon dragon coming. 9. I don't need this. 9. Do we do castle again? Nah, we can do castle day 2, phase 2. Let's do this. Let's run all the way. We got nothing to kill here. The spinning. It's nice. The boss is not too hard to fight. It's Gucci, it's Gucci. Just annoying that I was about to run away. Like run outside already. I was like, wait, where's the grace? And then when the grace, you're not seeing the grace, you know something is gonna happen. No, it's gonna summon the boss. We take this one and then we go and take the flask. Or maybe we can do this just in case if you need some. Oh, yeah. Let's do that one. Let's kill this one. Because we are under a little bit. Is it under level? Nah, level 10 is fine, I think. But we should have level 12 or 13 standing by before the day 2 boss. Wait, where is it going? Oh, is it? Oh, he's gonna do. Oh, he's gonna do. You want to do this one? It's the Farum Azura. He can just shortcut walking this way. Actually, you don't have to run a U-ship. It's, you know, there's a tips. When you see this kind of rune, you just go to the left side of the map. It's gonna be always the boss is always gonna spawn. Like, look at this. We're going to the I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's always on the top of the hang on. Let me go close the webcam. It's always on it's always on top of this like location. It's like the tip of the map. I mean the objective. So we just go that way to the left side. Most of the time. Successful guarding out improve poison resistance. Nope. And then yeah, we don't have to walk all the way to the U-ship. Just go to the tip of the here, you know, left side. And then whether it's the perfumer or the wolf or maybe the, I don't know, the beer, it's always the same place. Just go there. Oh wait, I see something. Ooh, I see something. Maybe we can kill him. No, not this one. That one, the horsey. Gonna kill this guy. Yippee! Booma. No, he missed his swing. Oh wait, never mind. Marking. Whip. Yeah. Oh shit. Nice artillery. Defeating enemy, casting spell, maximum FP again. I don't need FP. Give me stamina. I don't need FP. Bum. Okay. Pew. Oh. Huh? Boing. Boing. Should we kill the mini boss? No? Are we taking flash and then we go to mini boss? Yeah. Stand back. All the way down. Yeah, take it. Nope. Alright, should we do mines? Or we do this one? Maybe we do mines. We need the smithing stone. Is that the corner that I hate? I hate the corner. Is it the corner again? No. Luckily it's not. Shit. Luckily we are up here. Mine, mine, mine. I see the hole. Doing, doing. What is it gonna drop? Something good? What? Wait, huh? No, I wonder. Yeah. Okay, okay. Ooh, I was about to say, why is the circle not closing? Oh, I'm trolling. Hey. Alright, maybe there's a boss down there. A mini boss. Castle again? Or are we doing the top one? Why are you guys going that way? Isn't this way supposed to go much closer? But oh well. Wait, I see a boss here. It is a boss. Here. But you guys can go. I think I can solo this guy. Yep, I definitely can solo this guy. Gleam Blaze, stagger him. Ah, yeah. Yep. Oh wait, he's here already. Wow, so fast. Night miss. He missed. Okay. He died. Reduce spell FP cost. Meh. Oh wait, Ray Ray is fighting another one. I'm coming, we coming. Oh no, Ray Ray. We coming. Oh no, the doggo bully you. The auto Garen bully you. Aya. How dare you bully my Ray Ray. Get him, Jun. Whoa, he's so slow. What the heck? Wait, he got frostbite. By who? Okay. The bell spamming. Nice one, Ray Ray. Alright. Improve attack when holy. Ooh, flash restoration. Alright, let's go. Luckily, the circle is not closing all the way yet. So we can still kill it. It's still the crab that killed me. The one that. Yeah. Yeah, kill this crab. Yeah, this guy knows. This guy knows. June knows. I think June also hate this crab. I think June also had that crab. Holy shit! Did you see that, Ray? Bro, I think this rider is good. It's got like a same mind as mine. Maybe not toxic as me, but you know. Oh shit! Wow, what a nice ulti. Killing everyone. Let me kill the small minion. Oh, nice ulti, Ray. Oh, double ulti. Maximum HP raise. Oh, that's good. That's good. That is good. Where are we going? Going this way. Damn, he deals so much damage. This Wider is so OP. I'm gonna kill this guy. Ah, yeah. Oh, nice. Look at this. Dude, Ray, you see that? His HP got chomped away. One swing. What the heck? Oh my god. Are we speedrunning something? What the heck? Alright, we're stacking the money. Oh my, look at that. We're doing so much damage. Wow. I like it. I like it. How fast are we speedrunning? Alright, the guy will drop an item, so I'm just gonna bait him here. We shouldn't bait him here. Don't waste. Oh shit. All right. He's gonna drop items. Yep. That's why. Yeah. Improve casing speed. Actually, you know what? I'm going down there. Hang on. Where is the gate again? Am I trolling? I want to go into the circle. Oh, yeah. No, the circle. Shit. We have to go to fight the castle boss. The top of it. Oh. You guys coming? Oh shit, where are you guys, huh? The money, yeah. The rune down there. I'm just gonna go there, upgrade. Because I don't want to walk all the way to the outside. Beware though. 100 something K. Oh wait, Ray Ray's here. Nice one, Ray Ray. See, we got the same mind. This is a good team. Right. Now we go up. Wait, where is he fighting? Wait, he's fighting something over there. Oh, he's fighting the other guy. Okay. Did he drop something? No. How do we go to the way? Oh, another guy that drop items. If we quick enough, we can kill the top. Okay. Did he drop something? Oh wait, he is dropping something. Maximum FP. How do we go to the top side again? I think it's this way. Surely. So we're gonna do the, the jumping. Oh, do we have time? You know the drill, right? Going this way. Yeah. And then you just, slowly walk until you go up here. And then you do this. Wait, you guys are down there? I thought you guys want to fight this boss. Mama worm. Okay, I'm not doing any damage. So cook. Remember to heal yourself, because I see you under 50% HP. And oh. He's gonna watch out. Oh, he's so tanky. No. Oh no, the circle is closing. Oh no, we gotta hurry up now. Oh, nice ulti. Is it stagger? Nice. Oh no, the storm is coming. We're gonna have to run now. Now or never. Oh shit. Remember to heal. Oh no, it's charging. Oh no. Oh shit. Heal. Okay. Is it worth? Oh my god, we're so far away. We're gonna run now. I'm just gonna take the... Oh, level 15. Oh shit, we are so far away. Oh no. Oh no, if we quick enough. Ah, yeah. Remember to heal. There's a jump pad here. Oh no. Don't tell me it's the freaking... Okay, luckily. I thought I have to jump. Jump pad. And then we can go here. Oh, we got the grease. Wait, heal. And then we got the grease. Oh, this is nice. We can heal. Oh, hell yeah. We're winning. Oh my god, Monko. Thank you for the raise. How's your stream? How's your speed faction? Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, we Gucci. Oh, not the building. Hang on, let me give you a proper shout out after this. Monko. Yeah, guys, check out Monko. He also plays What's Under Wilds, and also variety games like Peak, and then also Repo. If you love chilling vibes, make sure to check him out and give him a follow. Oh shit. Hang on, Monko. I need to run because the storm is closing right now. I cannot. Not the Banished Knight. Not the Banished Knight. Ow, it's not the Banished Knight. Oh shit. I'm opening cases. Go, go, go. Oh shit. Yo, imagine if I play Counter-Strike right now. Go, 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 just to open cases. Gambling time. Oh, okay, okay, okay. We're winning, we're winning. Actually, we're winning. We're winning enemy. Oh shit. Where's the grace? Where's the grace? Hello? Nothing. No grace? Nani? Oh my. Wait, what? How do you double rate? Eh? Hang on. We good, we good. It was fun. Ah, I see. Oh my god. Alright. There you go. Pop a shout out. And now we go. Ooh. Playing P. Oh wait, you changed game. Did you reach to the top? Or maybe you fall off the cliff? W double raid. Yeah, I was like, huh? Can do double raids. W. W, no wonder this is called W. It's literally W raids. Oh shit, the explosion. Here we go, here we go. We're killing. Uh-huh. I think we're gonna kill the Dragon King. If I'm... Yep, the Dragon King. Yeah, Moko, if you need to go and get some rest after, you know, regular stuff. Or maybe get some food or drinks. Wait, what time is it? I think it's pretty early, no? I thought you're gonna stay up all night. What time is it? Wait, 1:39 midnight already? Eh? Wait, huh? I thought I started the stream at like, I don't know, 9? What the heck? What the hell? Wait, I did not expect it's midnight already. Oh shit, I'm getting zapped. Oh shit. What? I'm outing. Oh shit. I should have charged my ulti. Yeah, otherwise it would be V red. Double V. Double V red, yeah. W. Oh shit. Am I getting zapped? Nope. Yes. How about you, Ben? Are you just chilling? Or you gonna play some Rise with Phantom? I don't know if Phantom is playing Rise right now. Did he get the game? Or did he just try the demo? I think he got the game, right? After yesterday. GG. Is he gonna spawn another second boss? Ooh, reach level 15. This is actually quite nice. Damage negation, thank you, please. I need to be tanky. I think he has the game. Oh, nice. Somebody's gonna grind the rice now. Yep. And now we gonna do... Oh, what is this stuff? Power of Full Moon. Power of Full Moon. Nani? And a smithing lightning weapon. So I'm gonna buy these two. And then stamina. Okay. Do you need healing, Ray? I can buy healing for you. If you need. No? Oh, I don't have anything to buy anymore. But I can buy this one. Steadily restore HP for the time. This might be good. Temporary boost damage negation. Oh, this might be good as well. I'm Gucci. Gonna go. Starlight Shot. Because Bell, oh, you need Starlight Shot? Oh, okay, I got you. Oh, too bad I bought the wrong thing. Shit. Might have to stay alive though. Do you have less likely to be target so you can spam your spell? I hope so. Right. There you go. You get it? Okay. Nice. May or may not trolling. Who knows? Alright, skipping. Pam pam pam. I think we got this, Ray Ray. Beauty. I think we got this. Maybe. Ooh, I like the skin though. I like the wider skin. Is it the Dawn or maybe something? I forgot. Or maybe it's. I'm pretty sure it's not Remembrance. Not the Remembrance looking like this cool. Ooh. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna kill this boss. I mean, go make him go into phase 2 as quick as possible. Uh-oh. I forgot to mark. My marking. Yep. Do you see that, Ray Ray? You try to dodge at the last second when he reached the ground. It's too late. You have to dodge early. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, no. He's gonna do that. Oh, nice. Nice. No, not the swipe. Nope. Nope. Oh, nice ulti. Nice ulti. Stop him from doing the swiping attack. Uh oh. Oh, shit. Nice dodge. Oh, shit. I'm doing... Oh, nah. Oh. Bro, they still hit me. Oh, I'm dead. Bro, I hate this sweeping attack so much. No, hit him, hit him, hit him. Oh no, it's still too late. Oh no, it's too late. GG. No, run, Ray. No, he's gonna... Oh shit. I have no stamina. GG. No, Ray. Hang on. We're gonna see who is he targeting. Is he targeting me? Oh no. Run away, June. Explosion. I'm gonna run away as well. Run away. He's gonna explode. Oh my. Not the swiping attack. I hate you, boss. Wait, phase 2? Oh, okay. Maybe not too bad. Maybe not too bad. Alright. We Gucci now. We Gucci now. We Gucci. Oh no, not this one. Oh no. Oh no. I'm outing. I cannot. Oh no, I thought I can stagger another time. Nope. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Okay. No, not this attack again. No, Ray, watch out, Ray. The double lightsaber. Oh, nice dodge. Heal. Oh shit, this one. Not the double lightsaber. Oh. Is he gonna nuke? Okay. We're winning. Alright, save stamina, Ray. Don't shoot anymore. You gotta run now. Oh, he's targeting me. Oh, there he's Ray. Where's the boss? Oh no, not the lightsaber. Oh shit. Oh no. The hell hit me. Oh, nice ulti. Stagger him. Nice, I'm marking. Nice. Spamming the bell. Okay. Winning. Not the lightsaber. I'm running. Yeah. You see this, Ray? Just. Oh wait, he's targeting him. Maybe I can shoot. Maybe we can shoot. Yeah, we can shoot. Stop. Keep firing. Not the. Ow! I hate this arrow. I'm marking. Oh no, not the lightsaber. Oh shit, Ray. He hates you. I saw that. He hates you. Oh no, not the lightsaber. Oh, okay. Alright, nice dodge. No, oh no. Okay, we gotta save stamina now. Wait, who is he targeting? Oh, we're winning. Oh shit, not the lightsaber. Ooh. Oh shit. Yep, I should have rolled, but never mind. Oh no. Just ignore me. Just get him, Ray. Not the lightsaber. Oh shit. Run, 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 guy. Ignore me, ignore me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep spamming. Oh, he missed his. Oh shit. Oh, I'm such a burden. Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, nice. Run, Ray. We got this, we got this. Not the lightsaber again. The hell? What the hell? Not the. Oh shit! I got caught in the range. Oh wait, whoa! I got ulti. Damn. Okay, never mind. Maybe not ulti. Okay, maybe ulti now. Oh shit. Yep. Yeah. GG Ray. Oh my god, this rider is carrying us so bad. Damn. Nice, nice, nice. W. Oh man, his spinning is so. I don't know, man. His spinning. Clapping. See, we got this. Now this is a good team. We know exactly the objective. And then we... Actually, I don't know, man. Because I'm pretty sure we got... Yeah, we got nothing, actually. Look at this. After we clear all of them, we don't have much to do. We only can focus on the castle. Yeah, we day one doing castle. And then we do the day one boss. And then next we go... Luckily, we go for the outside area first. Because... And luckily we didn't do this elite. It's gonna waste time. And then we also do the, you know, the mine thingy. And then do the last castle. And there we go. And then we also clear the last camp. What a good teamwork. Shit. Yeah, I got trolling. I hate his the first phase, man. So much. The long arm phase is not fun fight. But the second, the holy phase, sheesh, that one is fun. Except I'm, you know, getting dragged by the spinning attack. No, Bell OP. I forgot to upgrade my bow. Nah. Yeah, I like purple and white then, I see. Nah, wait, is it? Are you sure? There's no way. Eh? Really? Let me check. Grimbo, wow. So Grimbo. Damn, but it's okay though, you're spamming bell, so I guess it's fine. Imagine we clearing the mines and then Ray say, nah, we're just gonna keep the smithing stone. Yep. Damn, Ray. But it's fun. It's fun, no? I actually enjoy this fight. Only the first phase as I hate. If you ask me, would I rather fight the normal sentient pets or the rather Dark Drift Knight? I would rather fight the normal sentient pets. But if you let me choose between these two Everdark, I'm definitely 100% Dark Drift Knight over this sentient pets. But since you finish it, I guess we're doing this now. I don't know if you want to do that, Ray. The sentient pets, the Godzilla girlfriend. We can do that if you want. I'm bringing the wrong weapon, GG. What is my fire? Fire, yep. We're gonna fight Godzilla girlfriend now. Motra next? Sure. Oh man, we're sharing the same mind. Motra next. Not the Motra too. The reborn Motra as well. I forgot the name though. We just called them by Motra and Scorpion. Of course I want to do Motra. She's so cute. Carry me, Ray. Out of this every boss. Right now, I think if you let me choose, wait, hang on, let me find the tier list. Can I find the tier list right now? Hang on, let me unready first. Let me cancel, and don't forget to change your weapon for fire. Hang on. So Nightreign boss tier list, community ranking. Yes. Why is it not showing the logo? Why is everybody use the picture instead of shit? Bruh. Wait, is there not any uh shit. Oh, 9 lots. Oh, only this feels what? What about the 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12？ Why you got 12? What is Noxter and Hans? Oh, this one is the okay. Let me open the tier list. So I'm gonna do EX and then do this one. Is it showing now? Is it showing? Okay, here we go. So fun to fight. That I joy S rank. I don't know, man. This one is June or June. Wait, hang on. Let me zoom in then. I think I would put A, Libra, maybe C, Falgo. Yeah, this one is D, definitely normal face. This one, fun to fight. Eva Go. Gaping Jaw is actually A, maybe. Maybe here. And then Yikes, I think this one is here. This one is maybe. I think I will put here if I don't know, man. I think maybe yeah, maybe here. This one is B. Gallico is actually A. I just hate to chase, maybe. This one is quite easy to fight and fun to fight. Yeah, something like this. Something like this. Maybe. Actually, I would put Doggo to S rank as well. Because it's fun to fight. Yeah, something like this. So I think if I'm skipping the first phase for the the long arm phase, it's gonna be S. If you ask me the first phase for this Everdark, I'm gonna put it down to D tier as well, bro. Not gonna lie, call me crazy, but phase 2 is fun. Phase 1, hell nah. D tier. Phase 2 is actually fun. I like it. And then the Doggo, of course, the classic. Very nice. And then the Gaping Jaw. After I learned like fighting the Everdark. Everdark. And why am I keep calling it Everdark? Everdark. Everdark. Alright. And then the what's it called again? The Adele, the Gaping Jaw. It's actually much fun than Pest, to be honest, for me. Yep. And then, the Night Lord is not too crazy. But somehow the first phase is also somehow deals so much damage. And then the Calico, maybe I would put here. Yeah, something like here. And then Beat here because of Gaping Jaw. Not Gaping Jaw. This one is the Pest. Oh, yeah. I think I enjoy fighting the normal Pest than the Jellyfish. And then Libra. Actually, I don't know, man. I haven't fight Libra for a long time. Maybe it's like this. Something. Or maybe it's like this. I don't know. I have to fight this guy again, so I can know. I think I actually quite enjoy. Just I hate to break his mediation stat. Yep. Doggo is fun. I cannot wait for Ash Togo. Oh, that'll be nice. Waiting for Ash Togo or maybe I think Ash Togo and this maybe will be fun. And also I think if Arch Jellyfish is gonna be like still B tier for me. But the Arch Libra is, if it's annoying, it's gonna be D tier. But we will see. If it's Arch, yeah, actually, for some reason, some Everdark, like this one, I would prefer fighting the Everdark version of the normal one, the Gaping Jaw. So I think it's pretty fun. I know he's annoying that he spammed the lightning and that almost killed my PC, but still good to fight. This boss is gonna be the last one for the Everdark, maybe. I'm actually waiting for this Everdark and then Doggo, and maybe not too much for fighting Jellyfish. I know he is very, you know, slow, and then, you know, doing all the attack, the wave attack. But it's annoying, man, especially when you're fighting with you using melee character. Boy, he's gonna float all the way to the sky. It's not like Gallico. Gallico stay on the ground like 80%, except he's doing the missile charging attack. This guy is floating all the way. You hit once, and then you see he's floating another way, and then doing the wave attack, and then he's going up, dropping the mini bomb, the nuke, and sleep. Yeah, I don't think I enjoy fighting this very much. I know he's not too hard to fight, but it's nah. But holy, waiting for this Everdark, and this Everdark. Yep. Then boss ranking, yeah, man, this is boss ranking now. Ashgod is gonna be hell. Yeah, maybe it's gonna be D tier. If it's gonna come out next 2 week, next 2 week, something like that. Yeah. This one actually the Dark Drift boss. Yeah, you see how when I fight this normal version, it's gonna put at bottom tier because I hate the phase 2. Phase 1 is kind of okay, but I hate the sand attack as well. But holy, this one, the double lightsaber, is quite annoying if you stay too close. But it's overall is good. The nuke, however, is also easy to dodge. It's just, you know, have to wait a long animation. Basically, it's a fun boss to fight. And then this one is okay. You know, just the environment is killing the PC. And then the normal one is also easy to fight after fighting a few times. This Night Lord is also quite fun to fight. And then Gallico, of course, maybe here. And then the pest, the jellyfish. And then the Libra, the goat. Yep, something like that. This is my rank. For Ray Ray, I will put Ray Ray's ranking is like this one. Yeah. And then Gaping Jaw. Yeah, maybe like this for Ray Ray. Is it Ray Ray? Is it like this? Or maybe worse? Maybe do you like fighting this jellyfish more than this Night Lord? I suppose it's something like this. Actually. Yeah, I think Ray Ray's tier list is like this one. When more Monster Hunter tier list, I only play World and Wild, so I don't think I can do the tier list for the all Monster Hunter. I love Jellyfish Jam. Really? A tier? More than Gaping Jaw and this guy? I don't know. Maybe Ray maybe enjoy fighting this. Regular God makes me want to rage quit every time. Jellyfish is fun. Oh. So you're saying you're gonna put that as S tier as well? Like this? I love Dragon, Jellyfish, and Mothra S tier. Wow! Dragon, Mothra S tier. Really? Damn. That is quite impressive. S tier for Jellyfish. Damn. And then of course Mothra. Hey, you enjoy which one you enjoy the most? The normal one or the Everdark one? I think it's something like this. Yeah. I once did all Pokemon tier list. Took me a while. Damn, crazy. All Pokemon, like including the whole new season. That's pretty much. No, it's literally like I don't know, man. How many thousand? Maybe not 1,000, 800 something, 900 something Pokemons. Include the I don't know, man. The non like the alien Pokemon, like the outer space of Pokemon. A tier Doggo and last boss. Okay. And Chompers. Both of the Chompers or just one? Maybe both, yeah. Shit, not even B tier for anybody. Maybe Ray Ray will put everybody one here. Yeah, I think this one is Ray Ray's. All of them? Jesus. I don't know. A tier is Doggo and Last Boss. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you enjoy this. And Chompers. The rest of them, yes. Damn. So Everdark Pest, normal Pest, and then the dragon, and then jellyfish. Is it? I think so. Okay. Do you love jellyfish more than dragon, or dragon more than jellyfish? Maybe jellyfish more than dragon. Maybe dragon more than jellyfish because it's beautiful. I think so. Yeah. Then Doggo. Maybe you love more Doggo than this last boss. And then Gaping Jaw. Maybe normal Gaping Jaw first. And then AT Gaping Jaw. For you? D tier for Falga is crazy. Shit. I mean, yeah, for me, normal one, yes. But this one is gonna be my S tier fighting. Damn, I love fighting. The S tier is all cute. That's why they have fun to fight. Oh my god. Because they are cute. And then then it's fun to fight. Yeah, alright. Well it. Everybody loves cute things, including me. But I don't think I will fight the Gaping Jaw. I mean not the Gaping Jaw, the pest. Yeah, the pest. Reindeer was sort of fun. Maybe C tier. Wow. Okay. I think you maybe like the normal one better. But for me, I like the enhanced better. Ooh. So this is Ray Ray's tier list. Everything on A is cute. I would say yes. I agree. And this one's for fun to fight. Also agreed. Oh my god. I think everybody hating Libra, huh? Shit. Okay. Very nice. It's actually fun to fight. The Gaping Jaw, yes, I agree. The pest. Now we gotta see. Yep, now we gotta see. We back. Alright. So I'm just gonna close the browser and then refresh my stream. Should be fine. My bitrate though. Shit. My bitrate. Ooh. Okay, it's going back to 6K. Very nice. And now we go to the pest now. Carry me, Ray Ray. I'm bad at fighting the pest. GG. Am I bringing the correct weapon? The flame weapon? The fire weapon? Nice. Wait, hang on. Discord, somebody messaged me. Oh. Ooh. What the? Can you? I don't know if I can see that. Shit. Let me just log in. Oh, we got Guardian. Ooh. Wait, hang on a minute. Damn, I cannot even see the Pokemon, man. That is so. Oh my god. Wait, what is the? Is it? Maybe I cannot see the alphabet as well. Shit. I cannot even see the. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Wait, how many Pokemons though? Like actually. Oh shit, I forgot to skip. Shit, that is. Bro. It's so tiny that I cannot tell which Pokemon is that. But it's alright though, because I don't know much about Pokemon. So I'm just gonna give 100. Yep. So oh my. So funny. Here we go. The ST, I can put it. It's the stupid looking. The ST is okay. Wait, no. I have to squint. Yeah, it's so. Yep. Wait, what? We going there? Nani? We have a. Do we have a? Do we have a reason to go there? Why is Guardian putting leading the way? Why not leveling first? How long did this take, Ben? I think it's around maybe more than 1 hour. Maybe 10 seconds for each. Maybe not 10 seconds. 5 seconds for each. Oh, improve damage. What? Improve critical hit. Yeah. But I think if 5 seconds for one Pokemon and there's like 600 Pokemon, 600 times 5 is 30,000 seconds. 2 minutes is like, I don't know, 100 minutes. Yeah, 1 hour or around 2 hours maybe. If it's fast, 3 seconds for one Pokemon, 600 Pokemon. Is it 600 man? Maybe not 600. I don't know if that's that much. Where are we going? Oh, he's doing the remembrance. Ah. Let's say if it's 300 Pokemon, 3 seconds for one pick, 900 second. So it's gonna be like 1 hour at least. Damn. Over 1,000 Pokemon? Yeah, let's say example. Let's say it's only 3 seconds for each Pokemon. You see that Pokemon, and then you think which tier, and then you put it on the tier list, and then it was like 3 seconds for 1,000 Pokemon, 3,000 times, and 3,000 seconds, and then divide 60 seconds. It's like, I don't know, 500 minutes. And then divide again like 60 minutes. 500 divided 60 is like, oh shit, where did the doggo come from? Where did the guy come from? It's like 100 minutes at least. Yeah, 100 minutes. So it's like 2 hours at least. maybe fast, like 1 hour 30 minutes at least. It's hard to drag them on right here. There's so many in the way. I would say at least 1 hour, really. Rating the Pokemon for 1 hour. Yep. Over 1,000, not 100. 1,000 Pokemon. It's crazy. But Ben did it. Congrats to Ben. Even though I did not know about much Pokemon, I'm just gonna say I'm the only Pokemon that I love. Rowrat, the owl, the green owl S tier every time. The evolution for the owl, I would say A tier. But my favorite one is definitely one and only Rowrat. Ow, 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 ow. I hate this doggo. It's not even watchdog, it's literally like a cat. Is it a cat or the dog? Like, come on, Ben. Do you think this one is a watch? Oh wait, it's watchdog. So it's a cat, but it's a watchdog. It's a watch cat. Oh no, Ray. The fires. Shit, I hate this. Do you think this one is a dog? What dog is this? Chihuahua? What the frick is this doggo? I hate this doggo. Look at this. Is this a dog? Nah, man. It's three-head human, man. It's ugly. It's less likely to be target. Wait, no. Okay. It's not even fun to fight. Ooh, wait, level 5. Alright. We got taking the plus. Bad doggo. Ooh, okay, let me get the... Wait, the circle is closing already. What the hell? Huh? Are we fighting what? Nah, that one is an elite, no? Is it a small boss? I think so, yeah, maybe a small boss. But still, now we are too under level fighting this, no? I think he's gonna die in one shot if he's... Yep. Oh, I'm getting die in one shot. No, why are we fighting this? Yep, I knew it. I should have run. I should have run, man. Just get this one, man. With too under level, man. Ah, hell nah. Oh no, right, just, yeah, just run. This guy is trolling me. Just run, just run. I hate this guy. You can see the boss is literally not the easy one, but I don't know why he go. Yeah, and thank you, man. Thank you. Level lost. GG. I go take back my rune. One door. Guy is trolling me. Nope. Oh shit. No, man. Go away, bro. Brother, I'm not saving him. Should I save him? This guy is literally getting one shot by this, man. Then he still want to fight. Is it out of his mind? This guy is trolling. Bruh. I should have never trusted this guardian. This guardian is trolling me. Wasting all of my time, man. I should have taken this, and then we do the other objective. Man, and then I waste one level as well. Shit. Go get this one. Maybe go this one. Yeah, really. Let's do mine. Let's just ignore this guardian. I don't trust this guardian anymore. This guardian is literally pushing me to the edge of what? To the edge of losing level. Cannot trust this guy. Boing boing. No, Redman Knight. Not like this. I hate this Redman Knight as well. I'm becoming Toxic Star now. Toxic Star incoming. No, Ray. No, what happened? Is the Guardian not protecting you? What the? Eh? How did Ray die? Oh, the arrow. Oh, yeah. Let's kill the arrow guy first. Oh, yep. We're wasting so much time because this objective is so bad. I hate this objective. Can we skip it? Should we skip it? Sit down. One shot you. Bing. Right. Where's the last one? Where's the last guy? Is it there? He died 3 times. Can we really save him? I'm too tired to save this guardian, man. Oh no. No, I cannot target him. Oh no. Nice ulti, Ray. Bro. I'm too tired to save him. I'm just gonna ulti now. This guardian is trolling. Oh, F fire to weapon. Actually, this is nice. Yep. We lose so many time. We lose so many time because of this guardian. I was going to do the cave. I don't know if we have time for that. Yep. I want to level up. Shit. I want to level up. Wait. To the cave. He's fighting. I'm not going to help him, man. He's gonna die away, man. I'm not gonna help him anymore. Ignore him, Ray. This guy is trolling. Brother. Level 6 fighting again. I'm not helping him. I'm just gonna go and get my smithing stone. This guy is legitimately trolling us. Oh my god, Nightreign and Catfish. Bro, Catfish is about to see me crash out very soon. My god, my guardian is trolling. Oh, smithing stone level 2. Wow, already. I'm just gonna go and wait. Really, when really helping the guy. All right. I'm just gonna kill this smithing stone guy. Where is it? Is it here? Where's the guy? Oh my god, the guy that died. Oh shit. Yep, that's why I don't trust him. That's why I don't trust him. Wait, where is the guy? I'm pretty sure it's not this guy. Wait, am I? Is it here? No. Is it a troll? It is a troll. How did Ray Ray found him first before me? I was checking him. Oh no. I think this guardian is trolling. How are you doing, Catfish? About watch me crash out on this Nightreign. Splitting stone, improved lightning damage negation. Meh. What about the weapon? What about the weapon? Ooh, katana. Improve chain attack finisher. Successful getting up. Warming stone. Nah. We're gonna run now. We're gonna run to this. Do we run to this way? No, really. We gotta. Wait, shit. Do we run this way? I don't know, man. Yeah, I think we should run this way. Yep. And I don't know, this guy is trying to get into this cave, or he's just gonna stand there. Well, he's just gonna stand here and doing nothing. Wow, thank you, man. Thank you, man. What is this random doing? Bro, he's just standing there. He's trolling, like I said. GG, Ray Ray. We got a bad random. Can we take back the wielder back to us? He's literally standing there, man. He's not even moving anymore. Gonna die very soon. We are under level. No. We are so under level. Oh my god, he left this world. Ray. No. Wait, where's Ray going? Eh? Ray, where are you going? Do we want to forfeit the run? Oh, I am. Wait, I lag. Wait, did I DC? Wait, am I disconnect? Wait, no, it's not me. Wait, am I disconnect or something? Wait, am I disconnect? Eh? Why is it only me? I don't want to fight this. You're flying on my screen, but I don't see anybody else anymore. It's only me. Eh? What happened? My stream is okay. I refresh my stream. It's free here. It's right here. Am I tripping? Eh? It's the Nightreign. It's the Nightreign. You know, server disconnect. Maybe. Oh shit! I died. Oh GG. I was checking my OBS, but yep, GG. Oh nah, what is this? Eh? You were a reindeer on my screen? My stream? My stream? You mean? No, I think my hang on, let me refresh my stream again. Um wait, no. My stream is going okay. I see myself moving as well. Nani? Is that even possible? Uh no. Nani? Is that even possible? What happened to the disconnection? Shit. Let me invite you again, Ray. Oh my. Let me remind you. Invite you. No, my screen is on Nightreign. Eh? My screen is on Nightreign. You mean me? Well, I don't know. Am I getting disconnected from the server or? I see my preview is okay. Yeah, my bitrate is okay as well. And then yeah, I refresh multiple times. It seems like it's not me disconnect. It's just the game, I think. Yeah, I think it's just the game. But oh well, you know, we don't need the guardian. The guardian throw us. So we don't care. Yeah. Hmm. Alright. Here we go. May or may not winning. But here we go. Matchmaking complete. Oh, we got Rider as a tank. Ooh. Is the tank gonna throw me? Is the tank gonna throw me and Ray? Or the tank is gonna throw the... Maybe gonna carry us? Maybe. Ooh. Yada. Okay. Bum. I don't know, man. Maybe just one disconnection issue. Have you ever had this disconnect? I only see people like rage, like leave the game, but not this. Like you and the other guy also left. I was literally watching you walking straight. I was like, wait, where are you going? And then you disconnect. I was like, hey, funny. I was like, wait, hang on. Is there something you want to get over there? And nope. I see there was a... Oh shit, I'm dying to a rat. If I ever go open, bro, did he ping? Wait, he didn't ping. What the hell? What? Huh? And this guy... I think this rider is also trolling. Brother, can you at least ping us to go and help you? I know you are OP, but please, teamwork, you know? Where's the backstab? Whoa, the whip. Shit. Yeah. Out. No, really. This guy, why didn't he start with the small camp and level up first? Why this rider just opened the Eva Go on level 1? He didn't even ping us or anything. Backstab. Please backstab. Where's the backstab? Finally. Bruh, stop hitting me. Oh no, Ray. What happened? What the hell? Where is the minion coming from? Eh? Oh no. Oh my god, the last hit. Are you serious? Bro, we waste so much time over here, man. What the heck? What is going on? Yeah. This rider, he did not ping or something. He just start the run. Start the run, blah. He just start the fight. I don't know why. Is it worth? Maybe. Holy, we waste so much time. You have to do the volcano as well. I don't trust this rider. Shit. I have a key also. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you for letting me know. But I'm gonna do ulti on here. Booma! Nice. Easy, one shot ulti. Improve damage negation at full HP. Ooh. Not like this. Easy. One shotting. Wait, why are we fighting? Oh, we were fighting. Wait, I didn't know you guys were fighting there. Hang on. I'm gonna use the tree. What? I did not see the HP popping out. I was like, Nani? But it's okay though. I killed the boss. And now I'm coming. Taking the tree. And then we're gonna take this one as well. But I'm gonna take this. Where am I gonna jump? Here? Okay, where's the tree? Oh, really? Not coming to this fast? Okay, never mind. But I'm going to that way so I can, you know, take the thing. Is it here? I did not know there's a boss here just now. Damn. Hey. Improve fire damage negation. No, the storm is closing. Dead. Not like this. I think we have to go and take the flash first, Ray. Yeah. We have to go and take the flash first. Like, because we stay in the circle, right? So just ignore the chem is annoying to fight. So we're just gonna take the flash, going back. And should we take the mine? Because I'm pretty sure we can get the legendary upgrade if we do the volcano correctly. I'm gonna take the flash. So, oh, Ray is doing this. Oh, okay, never mind. Really gonna do that one first. I mean, good job, Ray. W solo. Just gonna take the flash. Yeah, I'm coming way to back. Nice. Ray solo 3 bosses. Ooh. Day 2 we're gonna do castle if we can, but we also want to do the volcano. I want to do the volcano. But I'm stacking my flash. Because we have a long fight fighting this pass. What the? Tree spirit? I thought it's the royal revenant. Never mind. Fire scope and charm. Improve fire damage. Oh, actually it's nice. Nah, not a giant bubble. Oh hell nah. Oh shit. Is he gonna teleport me to somewhere? My. Fighting jellyfish now, Ray. I am fighting jellyfish now. Well, I think I can win it, so no problem. Oh shit, the wave. Is it pinned? Nope. Already is also here. Ow! What the hell is that damage? Wait, I'm getting burned. Wait, hang on a minute. The flame. What? Nah, we're getting burned by the... Oh, nah. There's no way we're gonna win this. He spawned when he's... Nah, that's how they... Oh, nah. Wait, where is he going? Hello? What? Eh? What the heck? Nah. Bro, this is a curse run or something. I can't. What is this? I'm getting burned. Bruh. The perfumer though. I want to do the perfumer. I want to kill the perfumer. There's no way. Shit. Can I kill the perfumer in one run? We just kind of bait him then. Wish me luck. I'm gonna kill it. Oh shit, he can. Oh, okay, never mind. Ah, it was so close. Half HP. If I only have ulti. But I waste my ulti on the jellyfish. Nah. What is this? What is it? ING run. Why is it the jellyfish blocking me going away? Ah, yeah. What happened? I don't know, Ray Ray. This is just a random run. My god, what is this? We have nothing to fight over here. Who designed starting the place like here? What the heck? I'm nothing to kill here. This is a bad run. Reduce spell. Oh my god, the item is also so bad. Improve incarnation. GG. No money. No items. No level. Improve sorcery. Damage negation when casting spell. What are all these items? And how is the guy dying there? Hello? It's not even in the castle, right? You are in the flame star. Yeah, no problem. I was trying to see if I can kill it. I'm just gonna do it again. Oh shit. Nope, 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 no, let me drink the... Oh my god, he just whip, and whip. No way. I was trying to do this. Yeah. Can I take the item? Oh, I cannot examine it. No, this guy. How is this guy? Damn. Yeah, I'm trolling. I don't know, man. I'm trolling. This rider doesn't ping any place. Doesn't let me know what he want to do. He just... Should I go back? Shit. I thought we were gonna do it at the castle on day 2. 9. My items. I did not take... The guys keep spamming the attack and hit me. Not like this. My rune. I just want to take back my runes. Oh no, Ray Ray. You good? No, the storm is closing. Hiya. Why I'm using ultimate on this guy? Freak you. Wait, he's not dying? How tank is him? The heck? Oh shit. Nope. Projectile drop off. Alright. Sure. No. No. Nah, not like this. Okay. Where is the grace? Holy shit. Bad timing. Improved incarnation. Yikes. I don't even know what happening. Look at this. This area is so empty. Not even the minion is spawning. Not even the mini boss. Hello, game. I'm just gonna kill this minion then. Ow. Wait, will he draw items? Maybe. Oh. Oh yeah. Nope. Not the fire. Oh. Yeah. Where's the stagger? Ow. Ow. He didn't drop anything. Okay. No, you guys were fighting the hands. Alright. Shit. Ah, yeah. Bell. Oh, look. Ray is a bell. I'm gonna take it for you. How you are crashing out. Yes, indeed. I am. I am. Gonna take. Are we in the storm? No, we're not in the storm yet. Are we? Right now? Level 8 before the day 1 boss. Is it good? Maybe. I gotta do the immediately now. The castle immediately after the day 1 boss. Are we fighting the? Yep. I think we're fighting the boat guy. Yep. No. Ah, shit. No, he revived. What the? Oh, okay. Die. Ow. Yeah. Stop blocking, man. Alright. The boat guy. Sink in the sea. Counter attack increase animal damage after creating a hit. Okay. Right, castle now. Bam. Oh, you guys did it. Is it Banished Knight just now? Successful guarding up. Ooh, don't forget the heal. It's the Samor. I'm gonna speedrun it. Outie time. Oh, the ice. That hit me. Oh, wow, I just healed. He stopped spinning. What the? Ray? Huh? Wait, where's Ray? Eh? Wait, what happened? Where are you, Ray? Huh? Wait, you are up there. No, I have no time. Wait, what happened, Ray? Nani? You got hit by the minion? Oh shit. Not the tank as well. What the heck is this? I did not know. Oh, what? I did not know this attack. Oh, shit. Ow. When did you guys go? We go into the castle, the boss. Under here. Like, you know, usual castle boss. Reduce spell FP. Improve charge attack. Man, this skill. Why so many? Why so many sorcery or something? Oh. Okay, we were under the castle, the boss. Or is it not? Or is it that? Not. Oh shit! No, he died again. Why did he take the flash recovery, bro? Ow! I'm so dashed. So dashed, bruh. Why did he take the slowly recovery flask? I don't know, man. Whoever take that is either trying to play the games harder or something. Bruh, why? Slowly reach. This guy is trolling. Recover stamina speed. Thank you. We're gonna do castle now. Are we gonna do this? Or we gonna do volcano? We have to choose. We can only do one. Do we do volcano now? Or ow. Yeah, I think it's better to do volcano now. Like exactly. Yeah, we can just do okay volcano now. Oh shit. No, we're not fighting that. We have to do the objective first. Oh shit. I'm not following him. I'm not following him do the objective. Gonna take the flash and go do the objective alone, maybe. I don't know if I can do it, but oh shit. I don't have any good weapon. Yikes. What else? Improve critical hit, improve resistance, magic power, improve holy. This one, this one. What is it gonna do? What is my tank doing? What is my tank trying to do? Are we sure we want to do that, Ray? Is he gonna one-shot him? Or maybe he's gonna carry us? Did you see how much HP? Maybe we just kill this guy then. Alright. Why is always this tank is not following us, Ray? Why is this guy like this? Out. Nope. Nope. Oh shit. Oh my. No, not the pin. Oh shit. Bảo điện. Nè. Whoa, you can throw that to me. Alright. Oh, shit again. How is this guy not? Oh, why is this guy? I mean, this guy is. The boss is smart, no? It's literally targeting me. The DPS character. Oh. What he miss? Okay. Few more hit. Nice. Oh man. Reduce spell FP cost. I'm gonna crash out, man. I'm gonna crash out. The item is so bad on spawning these. I'm getting trolled by the game. What am I gonna play? Spell I. We are not working together. We are in the... Where's the flask? The flask? Wait, which flask? You mean this? It's up there. It's way up there. But I'm gonna run down there now. We gotta do the volcano thingy now, Ray Ray. I want to drop the items. Improve attack when 2 maximum stamina. Ooh, get out of the way, get out of the way. Oh, Ray Ray join. Nice. Gonna do the volcano. And then after the volcano, we gotta do the... I don't know what is that? The mini boss, maybe? Add fire to weapon. Oh, pretty good. Pretty nice. Isn't going this way? Oh, yeah. And put critical... No. And then improve negation at full HP. Taking damage boost negation. Add fire to weapon. Do you need fire weapon, Ray Ray? Let me know if you need one. Bonk him. Nice. The heck? Improve fire damage negation. Improve hasting spell. Oh wait, level up. Do you need a fire weapon? I got 2. Oh, we're skipping everything. What if I accidentally steal one of the... I need flask. Oh shit. Yeah. No. No. Not like this. Shit. Alright. We did it. Yeah, this guy. What the? How is I not connect? How is I not connect? No. What the? Mortana? Did he just drop down? No way. Well, I'm not going there. Oh shit. Oh no. I did not save him. Shit. Uh-oh. Oh shit, the spin. Oh my god, they almost killed me. I have 4, you have 7. Because I take the flash. You know? The one down there just now? You got 4? Wait, how so? I thought you taking the flash already. Ah yeah. Wait, where are you, Ray Ray? I don't know if we have time to kill it, but I hope so. Eh? Did you not pick up the flash all the way where we trying to... oh. Where we trying to... Oh shit. Wing. Wait, how far is Ray Ray? What the... Did you lost? Did you lost? Oh no, I should have. Ooh, critical restore FP. Attack when wielding. Do you need fire weapon, Ray Ray? Oh shit, we gotta go now. Oh no. We have to go now. 133, 136. Maybe let me take this one. I have 7, yeah, I have 7. Oh, I don't know where are you, Ray Ray? Are you where are you? I don't see your name. Eh? Oh, you are up there. Hi. Watch out, Ray Ray. The storm is closing in. What is it trying to do? What is it trying to... I don't understand this anymore. Yada yada yada. Ooh, look at the damage. Ooh, I'm chopping him. Ow. Okay. He's chopping me. Ow. Okay. Ow. Stop hitting. Input skill, attack input charge. Yeah, the item is so bad. Are you coming? Oh, okay, are you coming? So, no more boss. No more minion. Maybe I should kill the minion. Ow. Oh, input charge attack. Ow. Okay. Stop hitting me. Whoa. Ray. Are you good, Ray? Do you need a fire weapon? I can throw you down this one, the normal one. I know it's not the good one, but still can do some damage. Oh no, watch out. Ow. Are we fighting the Dragon King again? Ow. Whoa. Yep. Really just poking. Oh shit. The explosion. Dragon King. Oh, nice ulti. Oh. Oh no. The lightning. That still hit me. Wow. Frost lightning. It's actually quite cool, no? This boss. I need marking. Yeah, mark him. No, I missed my mark. Oh shit. Nice. Shit. Boost fire maximum. Wait, higher fire damage negation? No, I take the wrong thing then. Ayah. Right, now your favorite fight now, Ray Ray. Gonna fight the Mothra. It's a little bit sad that we are not hitting level, you know, level 15. But okay. Shit. Buying this. What else can I buy? I need this. I need stamina. I need healing. Ooh. No more items. Alright. Here we go. Let's hope we win this one. I don't know, man. Wait, I was taking the flash over here. We got 2, and then the top of the side. Maybe you didn't take this one, but you only lost like -1, or maybe this one as well, -2. You at least you got like 6 plus by now. Do you have money for a stone? Shit. I don't think so, Ray. I think it needs 7k something, right? Is it 6k? Oh wait, I got it. 6k is good. I got it. Twing twing. Beep 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 beep. Lightning golden flaming strike. Ooh, flaming strike. This guy's just chilling. Hiya. Oh. Alright. Skipping. Wait, how many flasks do we have right now, Ray Ray? Gonna be a long fight. And then the scorpion is gonna do the charging attack at first. I hate this scorpion. Shit. I'm not even joining the fight and I already see that he's doing this, the attack. The charging attack. Oh my. This game, man. Makes me want to nap. Oh shit. Yeah, maybe we can just, you know, after this run, whether win or loss, I win or lose, we can just call it a day, you know. Yep, yep, yep. Beep, 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 beep. And I'm hungry, Ray Ray. I'm hungry. I'm gonna get some food as well, no? Scorpion. Am I doing damage? No. It's gonna charge attack. Yep. It's gonna charge at me. Bro, how did he switch so fast? Oh, can you even finish this spot without taking damage? Is it possible? Ray Ray? What the hell? Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I don't want to fight this boss. Oh shit. Oh man. No, not the poison. Not the poison. No, I was. Ow, 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 ow. Are you serious? Why is he always targeting me? What is my stone? Where's my stone just now? Oh, I haven't thrown any stone. Okay, okay. No, really. Oh shit! What the? Ouch! Bruh. I hate this boss. Not in phase 2 yet. Oh no, Ray Ray. Can I heal now? Oh no, Ray Ray. Oh, Ray Ray. Eh. No, I got you. Ow, 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 ow. Is he gonna do the ultimate again? No, I waste so much fast. Ouch. I waste so much flash. Yeah. Bro, he still can do damage. Bro, I almost died. I hate this boss so much, really. Oh my, come on, stay here. Healing time. Wait, where are you, Ray? Yeah. Are we doing the scorpion or are we doing the morph? Target the morph, man. My auto target system is so bad. I can't. Oh. Oh. What is it gonna do? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nope. Bruh. This scorpion is targeting me. Are you sure you want to do the scorpion? Right, take away the morph Ray, but don't kill it. Or maybe you can kill it, maybe. Wait, Ray, no. Oh shit. No, Ray. Oh. It's kind of awkward right now. Oh my god, he just do it immediately. Oh shit. Oh, I was just healing. Ow. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh, the scorpion is targeting the boss. Oh no. Is he gonna do ultimate now? I think so. Yep. Oh shit. I just want to fight Goro. Huh? Oh wait, stagger? No. Oh no, Ray. Watch out. He's gonna do ultimate now. Wait, what the? Yo, the explosion. What the heck? Yep, I'm gonna run now. Ray, no. What happened, Ray? Are you out of wrath? Are you out of wrath? I'm gonna throw this down to you. Oh shit. That's why I hate this. I hate this boss so much. No, what is it gonna do? Alright, heal up, Ray. You up? Shit. Not the poison. Ow. Okay. Stop. Oh, yo, this roll, the freaking roll is... Nah. This scorpion. Watch out, Ray. I think he's targeting you. Should we kill this morph? I don't think we should kill this morph. All of blood loss. Oh fuck. I think you just bait him away, Ray. Oh. Yeah. Me and the tank focus on the scorpion. Yep. Oh shit, the laser. Oh shit. Bro, I'm taking damage. Are you serious? The freaking water. I can, bro. What? Is this Mothra targeting me or something? I was just trying to kill this boss. No, the roll is so annoying. My god, this scorpion. Yeah, target the I think it's better to just kill one. We don't want to Mothra to latch on the, you know. We don't want to more try to latch on the butterfly. Do we? I mean the moth. I mean, it's okay. At least we're doing much damage, I believe. Please don't do any something special. Oh shit, this one. Oh my god, the poison. Oh no. Is he gonna do ultimate now? Bro, stop running, Watra. Stop running. How am I not doing damage? Somebody. Poison again. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, he's doing ultimate now. GG. We're gonna run now. We're gonna run now, Ray Ray. Chasing you. Oh, you stun him. No. Oh, maybe we can kill this moth again. Right. Now we gotta do it. Wait, who is he latching? Wait, he's latching the moth again? Alright, we're waiting. Maybe. Animos. Oh, his name is Animos. Ow, 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 ow. Few more hit. One more hit. Nice. Damn. Mine, oh mine. Ray. Oh my. A little bit like bad start, I would say. But still good, I think. Look at this back start. It just go instantly ever go without telling me. And then we go to the I when I maybe because you guys fighting something over here. And I already took one flash, and now I just I don't know how Ray got in here. And then I waste so much time. Yeah, because maybe because you were fighting the thing here. I was like, maybe Ray, we should go and take the flash. And then you were, I don't know, fighting the 3-wheel guy. And I took the flash, and you just took one. You didn't take the other one. And then I got stuck here. I was like, he was 1 HP, and then I tried to kill him, and then I died, and then I'm trying to kill it again, and then I died again, and then I'm trying to do. This is so funny, man. I waste 3 minutes fighting, going back and forwards. Yeah. So after the boss, you choose to fight this game. Oh, maybe that's why. And then I remember I ping here. I ping go to take the flask first. And then maybe you just take one, so that's why you lost this one and this one, and maybe this one as well. Yeah, I waste so much time fighting this one. And then you guys was fighting the Banish Knight or the Crucible Knight. I think it's the Crucible Knight. And then after that, we just killing the minions. And we finish day 1 boss. We do castle, and after castle, wait, I don't know how to get like, So we were here, but how did you go outside? We were joining the castle, and then I don't know what kills you. Maybe the Crucible Knight, and then after that we rushed into the volcano. Okay, so I was rushing to this class first. I thought I thought you were following me, and then you were trying to get flash. Okay. Okay, you maybe you lost over here somewhere. And then I was helping him to kill this bull. Wait, we were here, but how did you get lost just now? We were here together. And we fight that. Wait, how did you maybe you lost over here? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I maybe yeah you going the wrong way, I guess, because we were fighting that, and then I was trying to kill the wheel guy, but he jumped down and killed the boss, and then he died. And then we were fighting. Yeah, I wait. How did you run in circle? Eh, what happened here, Ray Ray? Why are you running circle? What happened here? A little bit. Eh, what little bit? I don't play this game enough to know stuff. I don't know. I probably just don't like turning my PC on. That's why. Oh, I wish this game was crossplay. I would play more. Yeah, maybe. Understandable. It's not cosplay, but yeah. Oh, you lost direction here, I think. Yeah. And then maybe you get maybe not. I see. But GG. We did good. Well, at least we finished the fight. Yep. Even though it's the item is not dropping that good, and then we throw. I mean, I myself throw a lot in the hunts and in the runs. The volcano is confusing. Yep, true. But compared to the city, I think the city is way much how do I say complicated. Yeah. And then yeah, it's actually complicated. Uh um than the volcano, I think. Because the volcano is just, following and then jump down. And the city was like a maze for me, at least for a maze. Anyway, I think it's a good way to call it here, Ray Ray. We had a lot of fun, but not the disconnect one, because I don't know how did we disconnect last time. Like this one. And we didn't even make it to the second day. I got DC, and then the Guardian DC, and then you DC, and then I was checking my internet, and then I die because I'm not looking at my game. But overall, it's good. It's good. Yep. It's just, unlucky time, I think. But I have fun. Yep. Definitely having fun. Definitely not crashing out because of the Guardian just now. Oh my god. Did you have fun, Ray Ray? Did you have fun? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think if they announce crossplay, it's way more better. I think because you can play on your PS5 and then just chilling on your chair or maybe something. Yeah, definitely need cosplay. I don't know why they still not making the game cosplay. Like even like Helldivers and Monster Hunter already got cosplay, but not this game. Eh? This. Yeah. Yeah, GG's. Thank you for the games. I have some fun. Yes. Yep. But let's just hope that this game got up up upgrade to cosplay so we can. Wait, that means you have to buy the game again, no? Damn. But I think you enjoy playing games on console more than PC, right, Ray Ray? We need a third so badly. Hell yeah. We're gonna invite, I don't know, Jax or maybe somebody. Let Jax carry us. We just chilling and follow his order. Oh shit. Maybe one day we also can invite Cyborg playing Yeah, you know, Cyborg still playing the game, I think. Maybe not too often, but still learning. Yep. Oh my, oh my. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so now yes, I think we can just call it a day here. Yep. Yeah, thank you for the games, Ray, and thank you also Moko for the raid just now. But it was fun. Yeah, it's just randoms that just ruin it for us. Yeah, especially that doesn't ping for us. Like last time, the raider was just going go instantly. Level 1, I was like, huh? You're not even pinging for letting us know? Well, it's just random. But yeah, thank you for the games, Ray. And I wish you have a wonderful morning. For me, it's midnight already, so I'm probably gonna eat and then go to sleep. And maybe tomorrow play some wilds. Yep. And I'll see you next time, Ray. Thank you for the games. And yeah, I wish everybody have a good day, good morning, good evening, or maybe good night. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.